I suppose I should start the show. Hi, guys. Welcome. It's someday. What is this? Thursday? Thursday, and I'm Monkey. This is Monkey in the Morning. I sound really tired because I am. I did way too much today, you guys. I was out and about today. Did a lot of walking, and my legs are really not happy that I did that. But I'm in a great mood. I'm scared. I'm incredibly nervous after what I watched just a little while ago. Hang on, I need to adjust something here. All right, that's a little better. I watched the Biden press conference, and holy shit, that was scary. And I mean that sincerely. There was a moment there where I honestly thought, holy shit, this idiot's going to kick off World War III right here. But apparently, I've got it all wrong. I don't understand how. We're going to watch this in a weird order. First, we're going to watch part. This was not part of the press conference that is the main focus. Instead, it was a little bit earlier in the day because Biden had his NATO summit today. His NATO summit, which apparently the North Atlantic Treaty Organization is soon going to include South Pacific. I don't know why. We'll get to that later. But he has this little pomp and circumstance thing that they threw together where all of these NATO leaders come out and they're introduced by some nameless what's the word I'm looking for here? Speaker. And for some reason, Biden introduces Zelensky independently. He gets a special Biden approved. I don't know why Zelensky's at the NATO summit. He's not a member of NATO. He shouldn't even fucking be there. But Biden gave him a personal shout out.
Now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin.
Yep, that's what our president said. The president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as anyone, President Putin. For fuck's sake, Joe, how are you real? How are you real? He corrects himself though, guys. Don't worry. He saves the moment.
President Putin. He's a big president.
Wait. Can we point out that before he corrects himself, let's go back. Before he corrects himself. Oh, wait 1 second. What's up, Jack?
How's it going?
Oh, scary. How you doing?
I'm all right. Sorry, I didn't get the message on time that you were.
Oh, no problem, man. Cryptic, thank you so much. We experienced the full Dementia Joe today. Oh, it was bad. It was bad.
Oh man, I saw about half of this, and the press conference rather, not this. I saw this clip, but
sure.
Holy shit, man!
And yeah, Della Hayes. That's why I paused it and backed up because this is important. He says President Putin, and listen to what happens before he even starts correcting himself.
President.
Nobody in that room went, oh my fucking God. They all just started clapping like the trained goddamn seals that they are.
Well, you're not supposed to believe what you're told.
You just introduced Zelensky as the most evil person that's ever lived, according to you. But anyway, he saves it, guys.
Putin. He's a big President Putin. President Zelensky. I'm so focused on beating Putin, we got to worry about it. Anyway, Mr. President,
I'm better.
You are a hell of a lot better.
Look at that little manlet.
That is one of the worst. I misspoke. I'm so sorry about that. No, I'm just that concentrating on beating Putin. And is it me or is the way he's saying Putin kind of the way Ron White refers to his son as Poot?
I was waiting for him to say Putin on the Ritz.
Putin on the Ritz. All right, so there's that one, guys. Yeah, that happened. Fuck, Joe. Now, before we watch the actual press conference, I watched the whole thing, and I'm sorry, I did not see anything there that should give Democrats any hope at all. But
No.
I watched several. I went to different YouTube channels that were showing this. I watched ABC. What was the other one I watched? There was another one, but I was watching. ABC and NBC, and I'm watching their reporters, and they're all talking about how well Joe did. And on ABC, they're actually making it seem like the only thing he did was literally they said the one misstatement, where he refers to Kamala as Trump. And no, for those of you who didn't see it, that is not a joke. We will get there. Don't worry. It's pretty early on. But all of them are talking about how great it was. And I had discussions with people on Twitter about this. And they were trying to explain to me, I think what I'm supposed to get from it is that the bar was set so low that Joe cleared it. I didn't see him clear it. He slurs his words. He freezes up at least 2 times. He pulls a well anyway. He did the whole Trump Kamala. They're calling it a gaffe, Jack. It's just a gaffe.
Oh, just one of like 8 today.
He talks about how in order for there to be a peace plan in Gaza, it's imperative that there be no occupation of Gaza, which, by the way, there wasn't on October 6th when they attacked the Jews. Doesn't bring that part up. No, he had a commanding understanding of the issues in foreign policy. I'm like, what the fuck did you guys watch? Because what I watched is just as bad as the debate. It was horrible. The bar was laying on the ground, and he still got under it.
Well, he couldn't really step over it. I mean, have you seen him walk?
Yeah, he probably would have tripped over his own feet before he ever got to the bar. But it's just weird to me that I'm seeing all these people, and we'll go through it. And at the end, I want you guys to be honest with me. Tell me if I'm just being too harsh on him, because that's possible, because I don't think very highly of the man. It might be my own bias, but I thought I was being pretty fair, and so I do. I'm hoping you guys will check me on that. But while we were off the air, thank you, Devil's Advocate, who maybe this was at the end of yesterday's show and I just missed it. No, that was this afternoon. Okay. For diagnosis of PV, this is the boogie thing. There are 2 major criteria: hemoglobin above level 18.5 G/DL in men, and the presence of one of a few very specific mutations. He's made no mention of that mutation being seen, which seems suspect. Low EPO biopsy, just minor criteria. Yeah, the low EPO, that's the one that he kept pointing to, going, I have the hormone thing. It's a hormone thing. I got the hormone. Literally, if you have either version of it, the EPO is going to be that way. Anyway, thank you, Shio. At a dinner party, once I accidentally introduced my mother-in-law as Satan, so I can relate. Well, anyway, remember when Howard Dean lost out on the nomination over a single scream? Or Romney for calling Russia our greatest geopolitical enemy? Malarkey. In fairness with the Howard Dean thing, Howard Dean was already on the way out, and it was the ass whipping he took that night and then the scream. There was more to it than just the scream, but point taken.
Yeah.
What's up, Scribbles? How you doing, my friend?
Hey, Scribe. Real quick, thank you, Advocus Diabli. Tell Monkey to check his Streamlabs from during the day.
Ha! Beat ya.
Well, I was waiting on you to finish to read it, and then you read that one, and I was like, my bad.
No, that's okay. I was getting there. I had seen it, and sometimes I see them before the show and then forget until after I get another donation. Yeah. So, yeah. Anyway, I wanted to bring up one of these reporters before we watch it, okay? I'm going to give you guys as much bias in favor of Joe as possible. So when you tell me at the end whether I'm being too harsh or not, I'm helping Biden as much as possible. That's how much I want to make sure I'm not crazy here, Jack. But anyway, this is not the guy we're going to watch. He was actually talking, and if he's right, Joe is in for some real trouble because what he talks about is that even though there's some people who are like, well, this wasn't too bad. Apparently, members of the Congressional Black Caucus are planning on coming out against Joe publicly.
Ooh.
Yeah, that would be devastating to Joe.
That would, especially since he's got such strong ties to the black community after being arrested during the civil rights era and growing up on black porches while learning Puerto Rican politics.
And don't forget, I mean, black women are the only reason he won South Carolina.
Yeah, and look what he did for all those super predators. Wait.
Black Caucus, the Congressional Black Caucus, the CBC. Anyway, so yeah, reportedly, according to this guy, fuck if I know his name, even the host of this, I forget who's hosting their coverage. This is NBC. When this guy says that, he goes, wait, did you say the CBC? And he goes, yes, the Congressional Black Caucus. And he goes, holy, that is pretty major news.
Wow.
If he loses the Congressional Black Caucus, I don't know how he stays in the race, other than his fucking ego problems and his crazy bitch power hungry wife.
I can tell you right now, because if they're not voting for him, they ain't black.
They ain't black.
So they're just giving up their black card. That's all.
No, Faithless, not the BBC treatment. The CBC.
Well, I
CBC.
think if they pull their support, he's getting the BBC.
Anyhow,
thank you, Cryptic. Joe Biden, welcome back, Strom Thurmond.
So this picks up right as the guy's asking this other dude a question, and this is so schizophrenic in its coverage.
Michael, we know President Biden needed a home run tonight. How did he do at the plate?
I don't know who Michael is, but this motherfucker need a hairbrush. The fuck is going on with your Bobby Brady haircut here? You a grown-ass man. Brush your hair.
No, you're not my mom.
Anyway, so Biden needed a home run. Did he get it?
I would say that this was a double. The problem is that every day he's got to be perfect.
No,
and
he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He just has to not trip and fumble and call people the wrong goddamn name and slur everything he says.
It's not like this happened once today. It was multiple things today alone.
But did you see how he frames it? He has to be perfect every day. No, you don't. And see, again, this must have been Michael. I'm actually a couple seconds sooner than I meant to be in this recording. But the framing there, he has to be perfect. No, he doesn't. That is nonsensical.
Yeah, the only thing you have to do every day is denounce white supremacy.
It's, fuck.
Way that any candidate can do that. Like Peter Alexander was saying, the story today is going to be the two incidences where he mixed up the names. It's not going to be that he spoke for an hour and was able to really articulate a clear message.
I'm not going to lie to you. There's at least 2 times during his questioning that I got confused by his answer because he's going down such winding roads. I honestly expected him to start talking about that guy's testicles.
Oh, that poor dude.
Nah,
somewhere that guy's like, he's talking about me, that motherfucker.
But anyway.
It's going to be those 2 moments.
Yeah, especially complicated foreign policy issues. Hogan Gidley,
Hogan, you're the one who needs to fix your hair. Sorry, Michael.
Trump campaign is going to handle this. It has already started. Exactly what Michael just said there. The tweets are out there. They're just honing in on all the mistakes, and they're going to pump social media with that. What else do they do with this news conference?
I love how this dude over here, Michael, tells us, that everybody's going to just concentrate on those 2 things. And then homie in the middle, again, I don't care about his name. He's like, they're pumping out all of this from all the mistakes. All one, if you're talking about just the press conference, because remember, the Putin thing was from an earlier press conference. If it was just those 2 little things, if all he ever did was occasionally mix up people's names, we wouldn't be here saying the man has dementia.
Yeah. But look, there's a distinct difference in time of day when he had that meeting or whatever with Zelensky in his big boy conference or press conference. So the big boy one was the most important one because more people were watching that.
Faith says, just imagine if they'd given Trump this kind of deference. I know, right?
Yeah, no kidding.
Thank you, Devil's Advocate. Biden was perfect today. Perfectly Biden, indeed.
Oh, sad.
Well, I think Michael's absolutely.
You mentioned the big boy thing. We didn't really talk about it on here, so we should. It's also in the name of the title of the stream. That's not a joke, guys. So Bloomberg puts out an article about this press conference, and they call it mockingly Joe's big boy press conference. And Corinne Jean-Pierre, being the bright chick that she is, decides she's going to Yankee Doodle Dandy that shit and claim it as their own. So she actually calls it Biden's big boy press conference. And then John Kirby gets up there and he calls it that too.
Yeah, I think they thought they were being funny, but it wasn't delivered like a joke.
No, it made it sound like they were being derogatory towards the president.
Yeah, what? Maybe they are. Maybe Corinne Jean-Pierre is getting her CV together. She's looking for another job already.
Yeah,
because after that debacle, she should be.
Thank you, Dangerous. Your running commentary on Twitter intrigued me enough to tune into the press conference. Boy, that was a fucking regrettable decision. I now hope Joe steps down so VP Trump can become president. Indeed.
Right? Did you play that clip already?
No. We're just going to watch that whole thing.
Oh, okay.
Buddha, thank you so much. Americanic is a joke, right? I think that's supposed to be Americana is a joke right now. I'm sorry, world. We did this.
We didn't do it personally.
No, America. Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Cryptic. We all know BBC stands for Bareback Canadians. I'm not sure that's what it is.
Isn't that redundant? I didn't know Canadians wore condoms.
Oh, man.
Oh, real quick. Thank you, Congressional Black Caucus. We of the CBC would like to retract our endorsement of President Biden. Although we once thought he was off the chain, he is in fact wickety whack. We respect his drip, though he does need to get his hair did. And President Trump has far more riz.
It's true.
I understood some of those as words.
Do you know what riz is?
No.
Apparently, kids today are they're too lazy to say charisma.
Oh, so it's the riz.
It's the riz. You know, like the HIV, but the riz instead.
Oh,
fucking Jesus. Anyway,
wow.
This guy's commentary it blows my fucking mind.
Right, and if the Congressional Black Caucus begins to fracture and show that there's cracks in that dam for their support for Joe Biden, that's a huge story and would be a massive shift. And I think Joe Biden has.
No, you can back it up a second because I was talking. Black don't crack.
But black caucuses do.
We don't know that. You have no evidence of that. No black caucus has ever cracked.
Actually, that's pretty true, especially in Congress. They're pretty lockstep. They really did help Joe out with that. When Joe said black people all think alike and Latinos don't. Unlike those Negroes, y'all got minds of your own. He learned that from the Congressional Black Caucus. Thank you again, Devil's Advocate. Big boy press conference lead me to believe there would be much more mention of burgers and fries. Bob's Big Boy.
Right. Or Frisch's, depending on what region you're in.
Some serious trouble. At the end of the day, though, I still think the dust settles and Joe Biden stays in. They rally the troops and they try to do what they can to salvage, the sagging poll numbers and the sagging candidacy of Joe Biden. But this was a bad night.
Okay, you just heard him say that, right? This was a bad night. You heard that.
Uh-huh.
All right.
I think for Biden, but it wasn't bad enough to, I think, push him out of this race. I think Democrats have a tough time now. Michael's absolutely right about that too, because if he'd have fallen on his face completely, we'd be having another conversation.
He called Kamala Trump.
Yeah, you don't think that was falling on your face completely? I mean, I respect that you're a very forgiving individual, but dude, Borrow some
I
money
think it's
'cause we never get
obvious.
it back.
I think it's obvious after watching several of these people that it wouldn't have mattered how badly he did. They were going to come out and go, yeah, he did okay. I mean, he did bad.
Yeah.
He did bad. But if he'd fallen on his face, how much more fallen on his, what do you mean? Actually, like shit and we see it leak down his pant leg?
Yes.
Thank you, Cryptic. The only thing sagging is my balls. Wait. It happens as you get older, my friend. The weight in the nutsack. You know why? Because we don't have a bra for our balls. So they just tug. Anyway.
Well, you could get a Baldo.
I mean, look, this is exactly what's happening to Joe's chin here. Those balls are just a sagging.
It's true.
Thank you, Corey. I'm so mad at Boogie. If he wants to get a bone marrow biopsy, he should do it the way I did. No anesthesiologist in the hospital and wide awake. Oh, fuck. Really? And wide awake for the whole thing with some measly pain meds. I've never had a bone marrow biopsy, but I've heard those things are fucking painful.
Yeah, that's hardcore, dude.
For those of you who don't know, they just jam a fucking needle into your bone, which is not easy to do.
I'm going to go ahead and pass.
Yeah, me too. And I pray I never have to have one of those things. Anyway.
Oh, shit.
Conversation, but he came out, the bar was set very low, and everyone was watching this not to find out what he would say about a topic. They just wanted to find out if he could talk about the topic at all.
And he couldn't. He fucking couldn't.
He did achieve that, of course.
No, he didn't. What the fuck were you guys watching? Jack, you saw the debate, right? Remember
the press conference?
For how
What, the debate?
No, the debate.
Oh, yeah. That's what we watched
when
together.
Biden would be and Trump did this too a little bit too when he would start answering, but he would try to address what Joe said last.
Yeah.
And then Joe would go and he would just talk about anything, whether it was related to
things.
Yeah, he'd just go off on a fucking tangent. He kept doing that tonight. I don't know what these people saw.
They saw what they wanted to see.
He proved he could talk about the issues, not the ones he was asked about.
But he did talk about issues. Just
Eric, thank you so much. Do you think Trump found his blackness at the Bronx rally, or was it in him all along? I think it was in him all along. Nobody ever questioned Trump and black people until he ran as a Republican, and then suddenly, like, there's N-word tapes out there. Thank you, Corey, for context. It was holiday time when I was in treatment, and they couldn't find one. God damn, though, seriously, man, that's hardcore.
Fuck that, man. No way. No way.
Of course, they were flubs.
Oh, broken hymen. Oh, son of a bitch. Why do y'all do this to me? Hang on now. It's loading. It's taking a moment. Heading back to the beginning. Hey, Zan, how you doing? Broken hymen, thanks so much for that. Feminist $12. Biden's sack was sagging tonight, unlike these tight BBCs that they are trying to suck on. Also, I hope we get the fucking your wife clip tonight. He didn't say fucking your wife. He just slurred through it. He was saying talking to your wife. And we'll see. The debate, or not debate, the press conference is going to take up most of the show.
Along the way, these are flubs that we've kind of come to know and expect from Joe Biden.
Is that something to be happy about? Is
right.
That he flubs us so much?
It happens so much you expect it.
Yeah, that's terrifying.
None of us knew. None of us knew. By the way, it's what we've come to expect. Pick one, motherfuckers. Anyway.
From the last 4 years. I don't think that's the story, though. I think the real story is Trump is going to look at this as a win. I think he should, because it puts the Democrats in further turmoil. And I think Democrats are going to be in a weird spot here because it was a win for Biden.
Did he not just say a minute ago it was a bad night for Biden?
Yeah. And he also said it was a win for Trump. If it's a win for Trump, it's not a win for Biden.
And now they have a tough time coming out and calling for his ouster when he just put up a performance like that.
It was a bad night for him. They have a tough time coming out calling for his ouster when he put up a performance like that. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's a lot of contradictions there.
Those can't be. This is why I say it's like they had it in their mind. No matter what happened, they were going to say Joe did good.
Yeah.
And this goes to the theory that I was talking about, that people are like, well, it wasn't bad enough for the Democrats to be able to go, okay, he's gone. That's why he said, if he'd fallen on his face, it'd be a different discussion. He did fall on his fucking face. The only reason Joe is hanging on is because Democrats are pussies about this. It has nothing to do with that, with Joe not giving them enough ammunition tonight. He provided it, and I'll prove it, because now we're going to watch that fucking shit. Let me get that off my fucking screen. Let's load up. We are watching this on the White House's very own feed, Jack, because I figure might as well go straight to the jackass's mouth, right?
I think so.
We will begin shortly. President Biden holds a press conference, which, by the way, he doesn't do very often. Now, before we get into the press conference, I do want to point out one thing, because it was going around that Biden did this without teleprompters.
Yeah.
And I had already seen the thing you had talked about, Jack, because I'd already tweeted at Harry Sisson. He's one of them who did it. But this was part of the narrative leading up to it. This is why it was a big boy press conference. He was going to be working without a net, you guys. No, we're not going to have any, what's it called? The things you read, teleprompter. Except when Biden comes on screen, you'll see it in a minute. There's a fucking teleprompter there.
Yep.
In fact, there's two, because they usually have one on each side. That
Even
way,
big
the
boys
person
have teleprompters.
Yeah, that way you can look at one and look the other way, and it looks like you're actually looking at the audience instead of reading.
Distinguished guests, the President of the United States, Joe Biden.
I don't know who Baldy is. I feel bad for him. His hands get so tired, they bring the woman in for a while, and then he comes back. It is hard to sign gibberish.
Yeah.
But here, wait, we'll get a good picture of it here in just a second.
Thank you, please.
Right there, you can see the glare off the fucking teleprompter.
Yeah.
There's one right there, and there's one right there. But he was working without teleprompters.
Be seated.
Did you hear? Be seated. He even slurred "be seated."
Well, that was be sheeted.
Oh, maybe he's just calling on, his fellow Democrats to put on their robes.
Yeah. Yeah.
My
That's
mistake. Yeah, you might be right.
Well, good evening. We just concluded this year's NATO summit, and the consensus among members was it was a great success. It's especially momentous because it represents.
He's already slurring.
Yeah.
Horribly.
Well, he's probably run down after that NATO thing where fucked up Zelensky. So,
and for the record, they did this at 6:30 at night. If you're trying to prove that he's okay and he can be the president, you do this no earlier than 9 o'clock.
Oh yeah, yeah. But he got eepy. He's like a little kitty cat. He got a big yawn, and President Jill was like, "Oh, he's so sleepy, guys. We can't do it later."
Thank you, Frosted. When your hands get tired, bring in a woman. That's in quotes. What is that from? Hi, Nuts. How you doing, sweetheart?
Hi, Nuts. Real quick. Thank you, Cryptic. Biden is the retarded Michael Myers. His powers to live is the desire to shower with his daughter.
Look at that paw screen. That paw. It looks like he's trying to squeeze out a dookie.
No, he's making Charlie Chan face right there. Like, look, I'm Asian, guys. What's that
sign language guy? Yeah. Listen to Biden, but watch the sign language guy. It's much more interesting.
It's like
presented the 75th year, the most important military defense alliance in the world's history of the world. We should never forget that NATO grew out of the wreckage of World War II.
It grew out of the wreckage of the League of Nations.
Yeah.
the most destructive war in history. The idea was to create an alliance of free and democratic nations that would commit themselves to a compact of collective defense.
It was the idea that the Russians posed a massive threat that they were worried that was similar to the German threat. And so the major European powers and America came together on the Atlantic. We'll get to that later. It was not just everybody's going to be involved so we can have the most powerful thing ever. No, it was about shared defense because of what specifically happened in World War II and the threat that Russia was posing.
Yeah.
But, I mean, his telling is good enough for a placemat in a Waffle House, I suppose.
Well, you know, like you do.
Standing
Hey, he did really good when he did bad tonight.
together, they knew we'd all be safer. An attack on one would be treated as an attack on all. And it's worked because a would-be aggressor knows.
Except for Poland, because when Ukraine attacked them, everybody's went, no big deal.
Yeah.
That should have triggered Article 5 for an invasion of Ukraine. Did anybody see that shit happen?
Only in my dreams.
Yeah.
They attack one of us, they'll be attacked by all of us.
Somebody should tell Zelensky.
Sorry, you mean President Putin?
Yes. No. What that could get confusing because remember Zelensky did blame it on Putin, even though that was found to be a fucking lie.
Oh yeah, whoopsie.
And then they make a big deal because a Russian missile flew over Polish airspace, even though it didn't land in Poland at all. And like, how dare you do that? Well, they gave Zelensky a pass for literally killing 2 Poles.
Yeah.
An attack on one of us is an attack on all of us, unless, Ukraine does it. Fucking assholes. And then they have the balls to, anytime they're like, we have to stop Putin, otherwise he'll go into Poland. It's just, it's amazing to me, Jack. Anyhow, sorry. I'm sorry. He's given his really good take here. Sorry.
Sending that message is the best way to deter aggression and prevent wars in the first place.
Is it?
For those who thought NATO's time had passed, they got a rude awakening when Putin invaded Ukraine.
What did NATO do? Correct me if I'm wrong, but other than us, tossing weapons at them, they're still basically on their own. They're starting to run out of troops.
Look, they drafted a lot of 60-year-olds recently. I'm sure it'll be fine.
The only thing that happened is the same goddamn thing I told you guys was going to happen long before the war ever started, that if Russia went in there, as we predicted they would, that all we would do is put sanctions. And that's literally all we did. You sure showed them, Joe. Everybody got a rude awakening, about cheap prices of gas from Russia, you dick. Sorry. This is his great speech. I don't want to. He's saving himself here. He's putting the Democrats in a bad spot. I'm a little annoyed at that. Can you tell?
Maybe a bit.
Some of the oldest and deepest fears in Europe roared back to life because once again, a murderous madman was on the march.
Zelensky?
Yeah, I'm confused as to who he's talking about now. Which Putin are you talking about, sir?
For the record, for 8 years before Putin goes in to kill Ukrainians, Zelensky was doing it.
But this time, no one cowered in appeasement, especially the United States. We collected intelligence. The Russians.
That's a little bit of a slap in the face to Barack, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Because Barack is like, don't you dare go into Crimea. Okay.
She was planning to invade Ukraine months before the invasion.
It was almost a full year before the invasion. If memory serves, didn't they start in April of the year before of 21?
Maybe.
And then they finally go in February of 22. So in months, he makes it sound like it was like 3 months. No, that shit, that was so telegraphed. Telegraphed.
Yeah, we were talking about it well before the actual invasion. People called us idiots.
I directed the intelligence community to be a significant amount of intelligence be declassified.
Spit it out, Joe.
Hang on. Let's see if we can tell what he's trying to say.
The intelligence community to be a significant amount of intelligence be declassified, so I can start building an international coalition to oppose the invasion.
I declassified so I could build a coalition to something the invasion. You didn't have to declassify anything because if you're working with our NATO allies, we also share intelligence.
But you know what a lot of files in his garage were? Ukraine files.
About Ukraine?
Yeah. So maybe he was, talk about that.
Then in February, some of you remember, I warned the world that the invasion was imminent.
No, you didn't.
No, not at all. People were denying that in your administration for months until after it happened.
They might have come out like 2 or 3 days beforehand.
Maybe 1 or 2 of them. But
and it led to Zelensky going, no, they're never going to come in here. Yeah, give that guy your fucking money.
I rallied a coalition of 50 nations from Europe to Asia to help Ukraine defend itself. Many foreign policy experts thought, as Putin amassed Russian forces just 100 miles north of Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine,
he's going to make
Putin thought it was the mother home of Russia.
When he said that, I tweeted out what he said and asked, what the fuck is he trying to say? So, Jack, I need you to help me here.
Uh-oh.
Real quick, Frosted, thank you for becoming a member for month number 3. I appreciate it, my friend. Fuck sign language. Can we get an English translator? He sounds like Boomhauer at 10% speed.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Frosted.
I mean, I don't know that that there is a Biden to English translator.
Not yet.
I don't know if we've made contact with the natives and had enough experience with them to do the translations. Cryptic, thank you. Joe's got more marbles in his mouth than Boogie's cancer drama. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
But Putin thought it was the mother home of Russia.
Putin thought it was the mother home of Russia. What the fuck does that mean?
I think what he's trying to say is that Putin believes that Ukraine is a natural part of Mother Russia.
Is that... honest to God, I had no fucking idea what he meant here. There's a lot of times we give him shit and then we explain what we think he meant. I honestly had no idea here.
Yeah, I really do believe he was trying to say that Putin believes that this land is property of the Soviet Union and should be returned to Russia.
Isn't closed caption better than a signing person? Probably, because sign language is very generalized.
That sounds ableist.
It's true, though.
Yeah, but you have to know how to read. Ugh, ableist.
The capital would fall.
Plus, can you imagine? I mean, deaf people have a hard enough time trying to make them read the gibberish coming from this motherfucker.
No shit. Like the sentences make no sense at all.
Well, they don't when you can hear them either, deaf people.
Yeah, but man, can you imagine trying to decipher this in text form?
Fuck. The mother home of Russia. What the fuck?
Putin thought it was the mother home of Russia. The capital would fall in less than a week. But the Ukrainian people, backed by a coalition to help build, stopped them.
No, they didn't. The Russians stopped.
No,
you guys tried pretending for weeks that they couldn't get in there. Their tanks weren't making it. Meanwhile, the mayor of Kyiv was like, we are so fucked right now.
Yeah, we saw a video of those Z battalions moving through the city streets of all the major cities. Putin sent a message, and apparently that message was ignored. He still has pretty much all of his air force in Russia, so You could still blow a bunch of shit up if you wanted to.
Yeah, they pulled back. They weren't beaten back. They weren't destroyed and their tanks were all stuck there. That's called propaganda bullshit. Just like the ghost of Kiev, this mystical guy who's shooting down more people than Snoopy. That's an oldie, right?
Out that they're the same person.
There's a lot of people out there going, "Who the fuck is Snoopy?"
How do you not know who Snoopy is?
Fucking kids, get off my lawn.
Yeah.
Today, Kyiv still stands, and NATO stands stronger than it has ever been.
NATO had nothing to do with what happened there at Kyiv. Thank you. Oh, wait, there it is. Hi, King for North. Thank you so much. They should make Joe do his speeches in Japanese. Just mess with the prompter a bit. Oh, he's his own Tower of Babel. Let's just be honest here.
Yeah.
During the week of this summit, several heads of states made it a point in their statements to thank the United States and to thank me personally for all that NATO has achieved.
NATO hasn't achieved shit. Nothing. What has NATO done?
Shut up.
They've given Zelensky a bunch of money and a bunch of armaments that have been blown up and destroyed and wasted. Yeah, good. They thank me personally. He is such a self-aggrandized. When you make Trump look humble, dude.
Yeah, right. I love that. That dude, the translator dude a second ago in his hands. I'm like, fanning himself.
Like I said, it's listen to Biden, but watch that guy because that guy's awesome.
Not only stronger, NATO is bigger.
He kind of looks like he's doing some Crip and blood signs.
Yeah, he's a secret gang member.
Yeah.
Because we led the charge to bring in Finland and Sweden into the alliance.
Fiddler in Sweden? Is that a
Fiddler in Sweden came in and that he led the charge, Jack.
Oh, well, I'm glad we had a fiddler. I think drummers are more traditional, but fiddle away, fiddler.
I know when I'm thinking about massive military strength, I think of Finland and Sweden.
Yeah, well, I think the fiddler in Sweden is probably about it. There's a dude who's a fiddler who lives in Finland, and he's the NATO guy now.
And it makes a gigantic difference.
Okay, I'm not trying to be mean to the Swedes or the Finnish. In chat, give me a 1 if you think bringing them in made NATO a hell of a lot stronger.
I mean, not really.
Do you think it made it stronger at all, or it just put more liability on us?
Well, it definitely puts more liability on us, but I'm sure there is some benefit. They're both good Arctic fighters, so they can handle snow missions because they live in tons of snow. They're good skiers. They were able to beat the Russians for a little while during, like when they tried during World War II when the Russians came in and tried to claim them. The Russians did win eventually, though.
Excuse me. Meanwhile, my predecessor has made it clear he has no commitment to NATO.
You guys should keep an eye on Biden because you'll notice that he'll switch his eyes back and forth and then he locks onto his teleprompter and they're clearly running it very slowly for him, which is kind of funny. Thank you, Frank. Do you think the signer has a copy of the speech? Probably not. I mean, it's possible, but the issue there is you do have people who watch this and try to make sure that they're being as accurate as possible. And that would be a big scandal if like Biden goes off script and the signer is still on the speech itself. So
that'd be funny.
He's made it clear that he would feel no obligation to honor Article 5.
Tell the whole truth here, Joe. See, he's lying right here. Trump did say he wouldn't honor Article 5, but why did he say that?
Because of the people with tiny hats?
No.
Oh.
I mean, it is about money, but not them this time.
Oh.
He said if they were not paying their bills, if they were not contributing the way that they're supposed to, then fuck them.
Oh, wait, you mean their fair share?
Yeah, their fair share. So what Biden is pissed off about here is them breaking the agreement. Let's get that out of the way. If they are not keeping 2% of their GDP as part of their military budget has to be at least 2% of their GDP. If they're not doing that, they're the ones breaking the fucking treaty. Thank you, Devin. We get a great deal on meatballs. That has fucked me all up. We get a great deal on meatballs. Sincerity, they join Med National. What is Med National? Is that like a Canadian thing?
I have no idea.
Thank you for the donation. Just put it into chat. What is missing there for me? I'm not. This is one of those times I would make fun of you if it was like a minor thing. I'm honestly a little confused. Thank you, Dangerous Spaces. Excuse me, I seem to have wandered into the wrong room. I was told there was supposed to be a press conference here. This seems to be a history class being run by a barely coherent pensioner. Don't worry, they get to the press conference in a little bit. He's got to do some campaigning first. He's got to campaign. He's making fun of how Biden speaks. Gotcha. Okay. That
He's already told.
Look, I'm trying to listen to Biden, and it fucks my brain up. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I don't speak gibberish very well. I'm not fluent yet, Jack.
You'll get there.
Putin, and I quote, "Do whatever the hell you want."
Actually, he didn't tell Putin that. He told the people who asked him, "Wait, you wouldn't protect us if?" And he's like, "No, I would tell Putin that," is what he said. None of our business. They're not honoring the treaty. Why the fuck would we, Joe?
Yeah.
In fact, the day after Putin invaded Ukraine, here's what he said. It was genius. It was wonderful. Some of you forgot that, but that's exactly what he said.
This rings a bell, but I'd have to pull it up to see what the exact context was. Again, because Biden just lied about the context of what Trump said regarding NATO in the first place.
I'm shocked.
So I can't take this fucker's word for it because he's a lying piece of shit. What happens when you take a lying piece of shit and give him dementia? Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I made it clear, a strong NATO is essential to American security. And I believe
a strong NATO is essential to European security.
Yeah.
The Atlantic and Pacific are essential to U.S. security. Thank you, Devin. Screw autocorrect. It's cool, dude. It's cool, man. I appreciate the donation, dude. Fuck, you should see some of the stuff I put on Twitter, man.
Obligation of Article 5 is sacred.
How can Article 5 be sacred if the rest of it's not?
Things are sacred when he says they are, Monkey. Don't you know how this works yet? The sanctity of things like abortion and democracy and Article 5, those are sacred. Because
2% of their GDP, that's all we're asking. 2%.
No.
A lousy 2%, and they can't manage it. Which is weird because when Trump said this to them, suddenly their checkbooks got a lot bigger.
Well,
like, wait, we do have that money.
Because then they got a little nervous.
Yeah, because they knew Trump wasn't bullshitting them. It's the same shit that happened with Canada with the NAFTA redesign.
Mm-hmm.
You have Mexico like, fuck yeah, dude, we'll do whatever you want because we rely on you so much. And Trudeau tried to get all big and bad, and he's like, I'm not, dude. He closed the border to our fuck it, yeah, whatever you want, dude. A lot of our politicians, look, whether you like Trump or not, Trump was a president who understood the power of the United States presidency and used it. This motherfucker went, we're going to do sanctions. And that's it. Yeah.
And I would remind all Americans, Article 5 is invoked only once in NATO's long history, and that was to defend America after 9/11. I made it clear that I will not bow down to Putin. I will not walk away from Ukraine. I will keep NATO strong.
Those things don't all go together. Ukraine is not a part of NATO, and they shouldn't be. It's for democracy, where they literally postpone their election, Jack. I'm sure they'll have one once everything settles down.
Sure, why not?
Exactly what we did, and exactly what we'll continue to do.
No.
Now, the future of America.
Go ahead.
Nothing. That's
exactly what we did too. You're right. We'll continue to give this piece of shit dictator. Do you realize that all of the stuff that they've been saying about Trump, he's going to lock up reporters and his political enemies, and he's going to become a dictator? It's literally everything Zelensky's done.
Yeah, it just says Coach Red Pill.
And they treat this motherfucker like he's the most shining example of a perfect human ever.
Well, look, he's just misunderstood, Monkey.
Seriously, play this game. Anytime you hear them talking about how horrible Trump's going to be if he gets elected, go compare what they say to how Zelensky's acted. See how well it lines up. And remember, Zelensky can't even be removed by force. It's imperative that we keep him in there.
Yeah.
But with Trump, if we put him in there, then it's the most horrible thing ever.
American policy is up to the American people. This is much more than the political question. It's more than that. It's a national security issue.
Security. He said it like a black girl working at a Target. Security. I suppose it could be a white girl too. Whoa, Vicky's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, and
George
W. Bush said it kind of like that too.
That's true. And got a lot of shit for it. They won't even give him shit for it when he slurs it.
Don't reduce this to the usual testament.
I'm sorry, I'm going to need that again in English.
You're not getting it.
Third issue. Don't reduce this to the usual testament.
Again, I don't know what the fuck he was saying there. Don't reduce the usual testament.
Joke's on you. He doesn't either.
Anybody got a translation? I'm being deadly serious here. Somebody asked me if I was doing a show, and I like, yeah. And I said, this should be great. And I told him, I'm going to spend a lot of the time going, I don't know what the fuck he just said. And this is the performance. He hasn't even got to the questions yet. This is the performance that isn't enough for the Democrats to go, yeah, he's fucking lost it. No, he showed he's great on policy and stuff. He could barely speak. He's throwing out gibberish. Anyway.
That people talk about issues of being a political campaign. It's far too important. It's about the world we live in for decades to come.
What is about the world we live in for decades to come? What the fuck are you talking about? He just started. It has something to do with testaments. I'm not sure the old or the new.
No, the band Testament.
Oh, the band? Okay.
And he was like, this is the world we live in. These are the hands we're given.
Oh. Nobody, not me. Fuck you. How dare you make me laugh? Nobody, not me, says this is fucking scary. Oh, no. I think
it's like going to get worse.
The third or fourth question in gets real scary. I get what you're saying. I do, but we haven't got to scary yet. Don't reduce this to the usual testament, whatever the fuck that means. Yeah, okay.
Look, the usual album from Testament was good, but it wasn't great. So you want the unusual ones that were classics.
Yes.
Yeah. See, maybe they're going on tour near him. You know, I hear the Gin Blossoms are getting back together. Maybe they'll do like a team up or something. I was hoping.
Isn't the Unusual Testament the one? The Unusual Testament's the one that Moses couldn't bring down from the mount.
Yeah, because it was odd shaped.
Yeah.
It was shaped like a heart, and the other ones were just shaped like tombstones.
Anyway.
Every American must ask herself or himself, is the world safer with NATO?
Let's get rid of it and find out.
I think what he meant to say is the world's safer with me as a potato. So no, Joe, no potato, no.
Did you see? I finally did the meme that I joked about making.
Which one?
About I can count to potato.
No, I missed that one.
Okay, I gotta show it because I'm funny and I like to promote myself, Jack.
Well, yeah, I would hope. That's kind of
Where the hell is that? Here it is.
kind of important on YouTube.
There you go.
Yeah, I'll have to read.
I'm funny, damn it.
Oh well. Anyway, I'm gonna do some push-ups.
All right, moving along.
Are you safer? Is your family safer?
I don't know if you've seen the crime statistics lately, dude.
No, not with. You're safer because there's sainted illegals around you, bringing their culture of death and destruction. I mean, of love and acceptance.
There was I just read about this before the show. There's a city in California somewhere. I think it's Santa Barbara. Don't quote me on the city though. Where the DA is threatening to target basically, and start slapping them with fines and stuff because they keep calling the police when they're getting robbed.
Yeah,
when they get they're calling it on shoplifters. You guys need to stop bugging us with crime. But don't y'all feel safer now that we that NATO's a thing? NATO doesn't do anything here or anywhere else. You're not lying, man. You're not lying.
I believe the American people know the answer to all those questions is yes. And I believe the American people understand that America is stronger because of our alliances.
I mean, I guess no, I wouldn't agree with that. Not if we're carrying their weight. That's actually a detriment. If we had equal alliances, sure. If people were equally participating, yeah, but they're not. Thank you, Devil Fruit. I saw a meme on Twitter. Democrats say Donald Trump is going to clutch onto power, but Biden is clutching onto his power, saying he's not bowing out. Yeah, I mean, I saw several versions of that myself, and they're not wrong. He's got a job to finish, though. Don't worry, he's going to tell us all about that.
I believe the American consensus from Truman to Reagan to me still holds today.
The American consensus from Truman to Reagan to me. That's just nonsense. That's not even a fucking... What the fuck are you trying to say there?
That he's the next Truman or something.
The sensibilities of America from Truman to Reagan and Reagan to Biden are entirely different.
Well, a lot changed over the years. I don't know what he's going for, man.
I think the consensus of America... fuck off, Joe.
America cannot retreat from the world. We must lead the world. We're our indispensable nation, as Madeleine Albright wrote.
I mean,
I'm sure she wrote that, but who gives a fuck what Madeleine Albright thinks?
Right? I don't know how it's relevant to the situation we're in now, but okay.
Now let me turn to three other key issues. Just this morning, we had a great economic report showing inflation is down. Overall prices fell last month. Core inflation is the lowest it's been in 3 years.
Okay, we got to stop right there. One, core inflation doesn't count your consumables, which includes your groceries and your gas and stuff. Bragging that it's the lowest it's been in 3 years. when the last 4 have been under you is not the win you think it is, Joe.
Yeah, it's sort of like saying, look, I fucked it up early on, but we're fixing it, sort of, a little bit.
Yeah, that the whole reason that it's come down the lowest it's been in 3 years, and remember, it doesn't get rid of the inflation. It's just inflation on top of inflation is lower. Is because you jacked it up to begin with, dickhead.
Prices are falling for cars, appliances, and airfares. Grocery prices have fallen since the start of the year.
Since the start of the year. Notice the time frames are getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
It's the best inflation today.
We're going to keep working to take down corporate greed to bring those prices down further.
You haven't done shit in that regard. Nothing. Not a fucking thing. There have been no price caps. There have been no Justice Department investigations causing people to be like, oh shit, we shouldn't be gouging people. None of that. Nothing has happened.
Because the companies aren't doing anything illegal.
Meanwhile, Trump's calling for a 10% tariff on everything Americans buy, including food from overseas, vegetables, and other necessities.
The way he comes up with his examples just amazes me. Food from overseas, vegetables, and other things. Like,
yes, that is food, Joe.
I honest to God don't know. Do we get a lot of vegetables from overseas?
We get a lot from South America, like bananas and stuff like that.
That's a fruit.
Whatever. You think Potato Brain here knows the difference between a fruit and a vegetable?
I think he definitely should know about vegetables.
Well, based on that one video from that conference room, he probably knows a little bit about the other ones too. But I don't think he knows the difference between a fruit and a vegetable at this point. I really don't believe that.
You just called for tariffs on. Well, what he's not talking about here is when Trump is talking about the 10% tariffs, what he was talking about specifically was getting rid of the income tax and going back to a tariff-based system. He has also talked about using tariffs, to fix like the trade deficit with different countries and stuff. But the one where he said 10%, that was specifically about getting rid of the income tax, which would give people a lot more of their money back. So yes, prices might go up a little bit, but you would have more money in your pocket to spend on those things.
Yeah.
And economists tell us that would cost the average American working family another $2,500 a year. It's a tax of $2,500 a year.
And if you got rid of their taxes, how much would they save on average?
More than that.
Much more than that. The only look, it would hurt the poor because the poor don't pay income tax. They would be paying their fair share because they would be paying, what everybody pays.
Yeah.
So in that, just being honest with you guys, it would raise taxes on poor people because they don't pay it right now. In fact, a lot of poor people get paid rather than paying taxes.
Yeah, but also poor people could just do without new TVs and stuff like that. You don't have to have a lot of stuff.
Have we gotten to the big boy part yet? No. That's when he takes questions. We're still 4 or 5 minutes away from that. I forget when he starts taking questions.
Second, our efforts to secure the border, southern border, is working.
This one, I know what he's trying to say, but listen to him say it again.
Second, our efforts to secure the border, southern border.
Our efforts. He's saying our efforts.
Oh, is that what he said?
Yeah, listen again. He says our efforts.
A year. Second, our efforts to secure the border, southern border, is working. After Trump killed the bipartisan effort to secure the border, Republicans and Democrats had worked on, because he thought it would benefit me and make him a loser, Republicans walked away. So I took executive action last month. As a consequence, working with Mexico, border encounters have gone down over 50%.
Hey, Joe, for argument's sake, let's just say you're right there. What caused him to go up so high in the first place?
Trump.
That damn Trump stopped me from doing stuff that I could just do myself. You realize he just said that, right? That they made this big show out of the Congress thing. Because remember, that was their whole thing. The president can shut down the border. The president already had that fucking power. He didn't need Congress for that. But they were trying to, one, actually codify this into law, which is insane to begin with. But two, to be like, see, we passed, nobody's gotten immigration reform done, and look what we did here. Bipartisan, damn it.
Well, they're better people than you.
Current level is lower today than when Trump left office.
That's just not true. Remember, when Trump leaves office, we're in the middle of COVID still, and we had stories about illegals going back across the border. It's amazing he doesn't give Trump credit for this, but when it comes to like how much money was spent, he has no problem using the real issue there. Like, no, he spent way too much money, which he did. But in this case, like, I'm just going to lie and say less illegals are coming now than when they literally were like, nah, bro, we're not coming through. We're going to wait a few years before we come steal your shit. Oh, he's such a fucking liar, man. I hate this prick.
Third, for months, the United States has been working to secure a ceasefire in Gaza, to bring the hostages home, to create a path for peace and stability in the Middle East.
Weird. When Trump left office, we had just had the Abraham Accords being signed, and you had recognition of Israel by several Arabic Muslim countries, and there was no war there. Thank you, Dark Resurrect, for that feminist $12. Anything bipartisan should scare the fuck out of you. Yeah.
Pretty much.
Because most of the times, I mean, Republicans bent over and took it dry.
Yeah. Yeah. And smiled about it.
I've been working so hard to get this peace that wasn't an issue when Trump was president.
Look, Trump didn't give Iran $6 billion. Joe
That's
did
true.
That.
That's true.
He's a giver.
6 weeks ago, I laid out a detailed plan in writing.
I love that part. I laid out a detailed plan in writing.
Not just in my head this time.
He says that like, yeah, if you can, I guess, make a verbal detailed plan, but most people would just have assumed you wrote it down or that somebody took notes at the very least, right?
You would think so, but sometimes his architecture ideas get erased off the wall in the White House Oval Office.
It's just amazing to me, some of the stuff he'll brag about, because it's just stupid. Anyhow, sorry, I'm just looking through a chat thing here. All right.
It was endorsed by the UN Security Council, the G7. That framework is now agreed on by both Israel and Hamas. So I sent my team to the region to hammer out the details.
Wait, they agreed to it, and now you got to go hammer out a detailed plan. That's what he said, right?
Uh-huh.
A detailed plan that he wrote down, and they agreed to it.
Uh-huh.
But now they have to go hammer out the details.
Well, there were details left unsaid, Monkey.
I feel like that means they didn't agree to it.
Or there were it wasn't very detailed.
John, thank you so much. Trump, I'm the vice president. Wow, I didn't know that. You're telling me now for the first time. Yeah. He is the new vice president, which is weird.
There are difficult, complex issues. There's still gaps to close. We're making progress.
Thigh gaps to close.
Will somebody just tell Biden that all of these hostages are black women who sneak drugs into other countries so we can get them back?
No.
I'm telling you, the way to do this is like, look, give them back, or we're going to make what Israel's doing to you look like child's play. We're not even going to fuck around. I'm giving you 1 day, and then I'm starting to drop shit on you.
If you need references, go ask Japan.
Yeah, no, instead, he's like, how many pallets of cash do you need? Because that's how Democrats do things. Like, oh, these people are mad at us. Let's give them protection money.
Look, Monkey, you're not making a deal with terrorists. You're capitulating. That's different.
Yeah, well, yeah. It's goddamn. I fucking hate this. It's bothering me that the signer there, his face right here is fucking wonderful. But his tie matches the background, and it's bothering me.
I get what you're saying. His tie matches Biden's, it looks like.
Biden's is a darker blue.
Yeah, but which one of them is the real president?
I believe this guy is more in charge than I believe that guy's in charge.
Yeah, I would agree.
The trend is positive, and I'm determined to get this deal done and bring an end to this war, which should end now.
So what you just said to us, your number 3 important issue here is that you haven't accomplished a fucking thing. I'm not wrong, right? He didn't actually describe, he made plans, but nothing is finalized, nothing's done. But this is his, I tried, is what he basically said.
But it was a detailed try.
That he wrote down.
Yeah. On his big boy notepad.
Bubba Hotep, thank you. If Trump is Joe's vice president, could he start the 25th and run against himself? At the very least, I like the idea of him running or instigating the 25th. I'm just throwing that out there. All right.
Let me conclude where I began. We're the United States of America. We are the indispensable nation.
That's not where you began. That was actually like 2 minutes ago. I'm not wrong on that, am I? He began by telling us how much the European nations kissed his ass at the NATO summit.
You don't know where he thinks he began.
That's fair. But he's reading a script. So, I mean, literally he's reading up the teleprompter. There's no question about that right now. You can watch him do it. Somebody wrote this speech for him because we know he couldn't. Whoever wrote it knew what they started the fucking thing with. You know, let me start where I began, in the middle. Jesus. He's our president, you guys. It's funny, except for the fact that this man is the president of the United States.
It's funny.
Our leadership matters.
What's that?
It's funny, but it's not.
Our partnerships matter. This moment matters. We must rise to meet it. With that, I'll take your questions. I've been given a list of people to call on here.
So we're getting the pre-written questions again, because Biden can't be bothered to go, you.
Because he knows the questions up front. He has to. Why else would there be a pre-list of people that are allowed to ask questions? Because he needs to have those softballs.
The guy from NBC who asked the best question of the night at the very, very end. He's on the NBC or maybe it's ABC. Maybe the ABC one. He's on there, and the host asks him, okay, for the viewers at home, we tell them why only certain people got to pick. And I think he was looking for some kind of deep explanation for why it makes sense. And instead, the guy basically goes, anybody who wants to ask a question, we tell the White House that we want to ask a question. And then they just fucking pick. We don't know how. They just, maybe you get asked, but yeah, it's all up to them. There's no rhyme or reason to it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Real quick. Thank you, Dark Resurrect, for that feminist donation. The Romans had the way to deal with savages figured out a long time ago. You offer a tender hand backed by the might of iron. Yeah, it's the old speak softly, carry a big stick sort of thing. Well, you could join us, or we could go the other way.
Yep. But in this case, since they have our people, give them back. There's no soft. The soft stick is give them back now.
Yeah.
And if you don't, I'm going to fuck your world up. We are going to make a new parking lot for the Jews if you do not give us our shit back. And we're not even going to feel sorry about it.
Why would we?
Anyhow.
Reuters, Jeff Mason.
Mr. President, your political future has hung over the NATO summit a little bit this week. Speaker Pelosi made a point of suggesting that your decision on whether to stay in the race was still open.
Hang on. Thank you, Dangerous Spaces. Fucking hell, Joe. Every time you say that Trump stopped legislation, you are admitting that Trump has more power than the person in the fucking White House. How could that possibly make Joe look good? We have to understand, to Joe's supporters, it does make him look good because things would have got fixed if it wasn't for that dastardly self-involved Trump. Everything would have been fixed if it wasn't for the damn Trump. It doesn't matter that it makes Joe look incompetent. Anyhow.
Your political
Thank you,
future has hung over the NATO summit a little bit this week.
Ducey's sitting right there, and I was desperately hoping he'd get a question. I knew he wouldn't because Biden can't hang with Ducey.
No. But I bet Ducey's going to have some good questions for Corinne in the morning.
Oh, yeah. I want to watch tomorrow's press conference because I'm sure he's going to have some fun with what we're about to see, actually.
Speaker Pelosi made a point of suggesting that your decision on whether to stay in the race was still open. George Clooney and a handful of lawmakers have called on you to step aside.
For the record, George Clooney came out and said, remember the big fundraiser where Obama had to lead dipshit away, and they were like, he wasn't leading him away, he was just putting his arm on his friend. And George Clooney went, yeah, he was just like the debate at that thing. And there's a lot of people going, well, why didn't you say something sooner, fucker? Why didn't you stand up when people were being called liars when they pointed out how bad he looked? Why didn't you stand up then and go, yeah, that's exactly how he is?
Well, he didn't get his marching orders from Obama yet.
Reuters is reporting tonight that UAW leadership is concerned about your ability to win.
UAW just endorsed me, but go ahead.
UAW endorsing you is nothing. You're the Democrat. It's going to happen. That doesn't mean they don't have concerns about you, sir.
Thank you. My question for you is, how are you incorporating these developments into your decision to stay? And separately, what concerns do you have about Vice President Harris's ability to beat Donald Trump if she were at the top of the ticket?
Look,
that's actually kind of a rude question. I'm just going to be a little fair to Biden here. There's no reason to think he questions Kamala's ability at all, although he should if he had a brain. But to be like, how does this affect your decision to stay in? And why don't you just drop out because Kamala could win, right? Or do you not think that's true? Is basically what he asked. It's a little bit rude, honestly. It was still a curated question from the White House to put the best spin possible on it. Basically, hey, retard, why won't you go away so Harris can do this?
Picked Vice President Trump to be vice president.
Yep, that's what he said.
Look,
That's not what I said.
I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president. Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president. Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president.
Yep, that's what he said. One more time.
Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, though I think she was not qualified to be president.
That's so embarrassing.
Vice President Trump. Now, you can kind of, I saw a whole bunch of people, hey, I mess up names too. That's fair. I mess up names, Jack.
Yeah, it's true.
I don't have a history to the point where, like, is he really talking about this guy this time? Because you never know with Biden.
Yeah, look, we've all made
Wait.
mistakes on names like Jackson and Johnson, that sort of thing.
Well, I would even give him the Putin-Zelensky thing. And here's why. Because he's talking at the NATO summit there about Putin and how Putin is going in. And then he goes in. So that is fresh on. Trump is nowhere in this question. There's no reason for Trump to be on his brain here. And he mixed up Kamala Harris with Donald Trump. And the Democrats want you to believe it's a big deal when Trump mixes up Jackson and Johnson. If Jackson and Johnson shows some mental issues, Joe Scarborough, what does Harris and Trump do, you fucking prick?
So shut up. Stop looking at things.
If mixing up Jackson and Johnson is a huge deal, it shows he's got mental problems. This shows that he's absolutely fucking retarded, and the only surprise here is there's not visible drool.
You're just a hater. Why are you a hater? Why do you hate so much, hater?
So let's start there. Number one.
So unlike the Putin-Zelensky thing, he didn't even catch it. He did not even catch that he just did that.
I don't think he caught the other one. He just saw other people reacting weirdly, and he's like, oh, yeah, fucked up.
They all clapped for him. Anyway,
you know their faces betrayed him.
So Vice President Trump, and he's got a lot of faith in Vice President Trump.
The fact is that the consideration is that I think I'm the most qualified person to run for president. I beat him once, and I will beat him again. Secondly, the idea, I served in the Senate a long time. The idea that senators...
Him and his goddamn ideas, man.
He's got a lot of ideas.
Yeah, the idea.
Very idea.
Running for office, worry about the ticket is not unusual. And I might add, there are at least 5 presidents running or incumbent presidents who had lower numbers than I have now.
No president has ever been elected with 36% approval rating, sir. None ever in history. Not one. Haven't even come close. In fact, they've all been blown out. Actually, it's pretty rare for somebody to have a below 40 going into an election.
Later in the campaign. So there's a long way to go in this campaign. And so I'm just going to keep moving.
All right. The question is, because let's say names Pelosi. I can't remember if he named Schumer directly or not. George Clooney, the UAW, and Joe here, he said, how do these people saying that, maybe you shouldn't run, how does that factor into your decision to stay in? And his answer is that senators and Congress people worry about down ticket. Okay, what about Clooney, though? Clooney came out and said, you're fucking mentally retarded, dude. Thank you so much, Nikki. I'm just saying, when you make a deal with the devil, he beats you with the details. Joe is stip POTUS. You think that's what's happened here, is that he made a deal with the devil and he didn't pay attention to the fact that in the fine print it said you will slowly lose your marbles?
Well, I mean, it's a possibility I'm not prepared to rule out.
It would explain how he got elected.
Keep moving. And because, look, I got more work to do. We got more work to finish. There's so much, we made so much progress. Think about it. Think about where we are economically relative to the rest of the world.
Not a joke.
Name
Not a joke. Not a joke.
me a world leader who wouldn't want to trade places with our economy. We've created.
I honestly don't know. There's probably Venezuela would probably do it in a heartbeat for sure.
Yeah.
Joe, that a lot of economies suck doesn't make ours good, bruh. I'm
over 800,000 manufacturing jobs, 1.5 million. I mean, so things are moving. We got more to go. Working.
Hang on. We got to back that up. Sorry, I'm yawning, guys. I'm really tired because we had a Biden moment there.
Economy. We created over 800,000 manufacturing jobs, 1.5 million. I mean, so things are moving.
He forgot what he was going to say.
Well, anyway.
800,000 manufacturing jobs, 1.5 million. Some things are moving.
Things are moving. They're dodging. They're weaving. Like my thoughts, the topic I was on, and those pesky kids I'm trying to sniff. Fucking weird.
At the top of the show, I told you guys I wanted you to be honest with me. And granted, we're only into the first question here. But from what we've seen so far, do you see anything here where Biden has risen to the very low fucking bar that was set for him? Anybody see anything so far where you're like, he's doing much better than I thought? And be honest. Give me a 1 if you think that he's doing better than expected, or a 2 if you think, nah, he looks like shit. Because I genuinely, I'm trying to understand those people. With the press, I get it because they're on his team.
Yeah.
But I saw it from other people who were clearly not on Biden's team, but they're like, no, he did well for himself. Anyway.
We got more to go. Working class people still need help. Corporate greed is still at large.
They still need help.
1.5 million. I mean, so things are moving. We got more to go. Working class people still need help.
Yep. Yep.
Did you catch that one?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Corporate greed is still at large. Their prices, the corporate profits have doubled since the pandemic. They're coming down.
Remember, this is a question about his calculation about what people are saying about him and how that figures into his calculations to run for president.
So painful to watch.
And he's talking about corporate profits. I don't know how to deal with that. Thank you, Frank. He's the exact same, so he walked into the bar. Yes. Thank you, Dark Resurrect, for that feminist $12. I just had a thought, already ahead of Biden, but I remember when the puppet claimed that anyone making under $400,000 wouldn't pay a penny more in taxes. The IRS, however, has stated that in my specific bracket, my rate is raising 2%. I don't make $400,000.
No, apparently you do.
Remember, if Biden gets reelected, the Trump tax cuts will not be put back into place. They're going to expire. They're set to expire in 2025. Everybody's taxes will go up. Everyone's.
I would argue that your tax bracket identifies as 400,000.
And so I'm optimistic about where things are going. Daddy Kemp, AFP.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to ask you about you mixed up Presidents Zelensky and Putin earlier today.
This is another way you know that these are pre-approved questions, because at this point he should go, and you mixed up Trump and Harris just a second ago, but he's not going to do that.
No.
And you now have sort of your key allies, including the British Prime Minister, the President of France, the German Chancellor having to step in and make excuses for you on that. And officials here are saying off the record that your decline has become noticeable. Hasn't this now, frankly, become damaging for America's standing in the world?
Now, I don't know who this guy is. He's some British dude, I'm guessing by the accent. What he just pointed out is in private, you have these guys saying, yeah, the dude's fucking losing it. And hey, do you think that hurts the standing in the world? I'm only bringing this up because I think it's the next guy. We get another foreigner who's going to ask a question, and it is just the complete opposite of this. It is the most ass-kissing question of the night.
Why are you so awesome, Joe?
Thank you.
Did you see any damage to our standing in my leading this conference?
That was a little choppy. Could you take his answer back a little bit and replay it?
It wasn't choppy. That's how he was. Oh, no, here we go.
No, it was.
I was replaying it anyway, so yeah.
Is standing in the world. Thank you.
Did you see any damage to our standing in my leading this conference?
Since it was choppy the first time, I'll give it to you a second time.
Is standing in the world. Thank you.
Did you see any damage to our standing in my leading this conference?
Did you see any damage to our standing leading this conference?
Did you
No,
see
Joe.
any standing of my leading in this conference? What? Oh,
No,
I
Joe.
have no idea what he said there. That made no fucking sense.
Everybody's looking at you and going, man, I am so glad America's back.
Yeah.
Did you see any damage where I was standing while leading this conference? That's close. What he was trying to ask is, did you see any damage from me leading this conference?
Oh, is that what he was saying?
Yes. This is one where I knew what he was trying to say. He just didn't know how to speak.
Have you seen a more successful conference? What do you
Manchester United?
What happened at the conference that was such a massive thing? What was the success of this conference? A bunch of people coming together to kiss your ass?
Yes.
think? And the Putin piece, I was talking about Putin, and I said, and now, at the very end, I said, here, I mean, Putin. I said, no, I'm sorry, Zelensky.
That's not what happened. You actually started to walk away before it was brought to your attention, and you caught it. But again, that one I can at least understand. It's embarrassing as fuck because you just called the dude by the name of the guy who's attacking him.
Yeah, that's pretty insulting.
This would be like going to introduce Tina Turner and accidentally calling her Ike. Oh, I need this for the kids. This would be like going to introduce Rihanna and accidentally calling her Chris Brown.
And then I added 5 other names. Look, guys.
Wait. What?
And then I added 5 other names. Look.
No, you didn't. And then I added 5 other names. No, you didn't. The only names that he mentions for the rest of the time is just Putin and Zelensky. The man doesn't even know what he did. Remember, at this time, that flub was less than an hour beforehand. And he can't remember an hour ago.
Look, an hour's a long time, Monkey, especially when you're sundowning.
Guys, the idea anybody suggests that we haven't had an incredibly successful conference. How many times did you hear in that conference? I know it sounds too self-serving, but other leaders, heads of state, in thanking me, saying the reason we're together is because of Biden.
The reason you're together is because it was a NATO conference.
Yeah.
It's been scheduled for a while, and they happen basically yearly.
He seems to think that he founded NATO and he's held it together with the force of his own will.
How many people did you hear say the only reason we were together is because of me? I founded NATO. He told us that the other day. Joe, a NATO conference, literally they happen all the time. They probably, you know what honestly probably happened? Oh, thank you for hosting this, basically. Thanks for bringing us together as the host nation.
Yeah.
They all said I'm great. They thanked me. No, that's what you do just to be polite, you fucking douche. Joe, you're our savior. He just told you behind it. Nobody's going to say it to your face. You're the president of the United States. And you have a temper problem.
Yeah.
But lots of people look, I'm not a big fan of anonymous sources, Jack. But when you have anonymous sources taking shots at Democrats, I tend to believe them, especially when it's from legacy press.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
they tend to be a little more believable.
Yeah, if this was coming from the Washington Examiner, I'd be like, maybe they got a source, maybe they don't. Coming from the Washington Post, I tend to believe them. Because they're not going to be reporting shit that is detrimental to Biden if they believe in Biden.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Because Biden did the following. Look, folks, this is...
Notice he doesn't name what that following is.
Why would you want to do that?
Well, anyway.
Oh,
look, folks, this is... well, anyway.
He just froze up again.
Yep.
The only thing that he does better here than he did in the debate is when he does freeze up, he moves on quickly. It's a lot quicker, where in the debate there was a little more hesitation to it before he screams out that we beat Medicare.
I thought it was the most successful conference I've attended in a long time, and find me a world leader who didn't think it was.
Well, was it the best one ever or the best one you've been into in a long time, Joe? Because those are two different things. I'm just saying. Damn it, 2 hours late. I still have 4 hours left. Shut up.
Next one. Nancy Cordes, CBS.
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned other instances in history where presidents have faced a challenge, but what makes this moment in history so unique is that it is not your enemies who are calling on you to reconsider your decision to stay in the race. It's your friends, supporters, people who think you've done a great job over the past 4 years. Have you spent time thinking about what it would mean for your legacy, which you've worked decades to build, if you stay in the race, despite the concerns that voters say they have, and you lose to someone who you yourself have argued is unfit to return to the Oval Office?
Well, look, I'm not in this for my legacy.
You're in it for Jill's legacy.
How many times this man ran for president? Like 5?
Ooh, yeah, roughly.
He's been telling us how great he's done. None of it's for his legacy, though. No, it's all for everyone else. He's a giver, Jack.
He is. He's known for that.
He doesn't do this for himself. It turns out that it makes him look good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like when you go work in a soup kitchen, right? It makes you feel good to feed the homeless folk.
It does.
To help out.
It does.
But the real thing there is to make sure they have the food, because that's the important thing.
Well, I mean, there's only so much you're capable of doing and salvaging the lives of these people and making them better through your own martyrdom. There's a lot to be said for your stunning bravery there.
For the record, in Biden's condition, he shouldn't even be allowed to work in a soup kitchen. He'll burn the fucker down.
I'm in this to complete the job I started. As you recall...
Oh, God, the job he started brought us record inflation.
He's not done yet.
Fuck.
Well, understandably, many of you and many economists thought my initial initiatives that I put forward can't do that. It's going to cause inflation. Things are going to skyrocket.
No, very few economists were saying that. And the ones who did, you and your economist buddies called liars. He does this shit. Nobody thought I could do this because everything he does is impossible. I was the first one to ever breathe. Nobody thought I could do it.
Well, he's the kind of man that could defy impossible odds. He's the Ubermensch.
Nobody, everybody said that, it's going to be inflationary.
Debt's going to go up. What are you hearing now?
That we have massive inflation and the debt went up.
I heard some creepy old man trying to whisper in my ear.
Let's hear it again.
Initial initiatives that I put forward can't do that. It's going to cause inflation. Things are going to skyrocket. The debt's going to go up. What are you hearing now?
That they were right. I mean, I'm not wrong that inflation went up and the debt's gone up. That's all happened, right?
As far as I know, correct.
What's happening now? We're suffering through that shit, you asshole.
From mainstream economists, 16 economic Nobel laureates said I've done a hell of a job.
Yeah, the same 16 who said there wouldn't be inflation, you dumbass.
That under my plan so far and what's going to happen in the future if I'm reelected, that things are going to get much better. Our economy is growing. I was determined when I got elected to stop the trickle-down economic theory.
Okay, let's say that's true. What taxes did you change? Did you repeal the Trump tax cuts? Because the trickle down theory is, you lower taxes on the top and that money finds its way into the economy, which creates more jobs so poor people can get jobs, lifting them, the rising tide, all boats thing. What did you do to stop the trickle down? Trickle down won Reagan, 49 states. That and Mondale.
As the wealthy did very well, everybody else would do well.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, bud.
Thank you, Frosted Glass. Ooh, I got one. You know that conference that Julius Caesar called in the Senate? The one that guy Brutus was at? That's a conference that went better than this one. By the way, when every single reporter asks if you're retarded, you're probably retarded.
Nobody ever gives Cassius his due for that. It's always Brutus because et tu, Brute.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, his name was Brutus. That's a bad guy name. Cassius, yeah, you got Cassius Clay. So, yeah, it's kind of hard to look negatively on Cassius because there's decent people named Cassius. Never seen anybody nice named Brutus.
That's true. That's true.
My dad was a well-read, decent guy. I don't know.
Your dad was what?
Else would do well. My dad was a well-read, decent guy.
I think he said well-read.
Yeah.
Must have been hard to read in them coal mines, Joe.
That's why little Joey was hanging out with those black people and Puerto Ricans.
You know what it is? He didn't realize they were black. He thought they were just covered in coal like Grandpa.
Yeah. And that's before Uncle Bosie was eaten by cannibals in New Guinea.
Okay, tell me if this is fucked up, okay? We were somewhere today where they had face painting.
Uh-oh.
And I told Lady Monkey we should get the little one's face painted, and when they ask what she wanted, just say all black. I just want to see their face when you say that to them. I think that would be hilarious. Anyway.
I don't remember much trickling down on his kitchen table.
Ew.
Middle class people.
We got to go back just a minute.
Well, everybody else would do well.
Uh-huh.
My dad was a well-read, decent guy.
Uh-huh.
I don't remember much trickling down on his kitchen table.
Do you get a better trickle if you are literate? I don't understand what the point is there.
I think he's saying only dumb people think that they're getting trickled on. I don't know. There's a lot going on here.
Middle class people and working class people need help. And so what happened is I decided to was able to implement as president what I believed when I was a senator. And that is that the way to build this economy is from the middle out and the bottom up.
What did you do in that regard?
He touched a lot of bottoms.
That way, we grow the economy, and the wealthy still do very well. They do fine. And guess what? Find me an economist, a mainstream economist who said we haven't done well.
You mean the guys who redefined recession for you?
Yeah, that's finding a mainstream economist that's in touch with reality is going to be fairly difficult.
Hey, Joe, let's go find those economists who said that your plan would cause massive inflation and debt and see what they're saying about how things are going.
What have we not done that isn't working right now?
I don't know if this is the dementia or just Joe Biden being Joe Biden.
Yes.
What's not working? Border security, policing, our money, your brain. Oh, for fuck's sake, man.
And so we got more to do, though. We got to finish the job.
That's scary as
And
shit.
by the way, I come from the corporate state of the world. Delaware has more corporations and registered in Delaware of the world. More to do, though. We got to finish the job. And by the way, I come from the corporate state of the world.
The corporate state of the world. A lot of companies incorporated in Delaware because of the tax system there.
Yeah, it's for tax reasons. It's not because Delaware is so fucking awesome.
Yeah, it's not like if you go into Delaware, you're like, holy shit, am I in New York City? No, it looks like fucking Delaware. It just has a lot of P.O. boxes.
Delaware has more corporations and registered in Delaware than every other state in the nation combined.
That is some fucking stutter he has.
Yeah, spit it out, Joe. Jesus.
I'm not anti-corporate, but corporate profits have doubled since the pandemic. Doubled. It's time things get back in order a little bit. It's time, for example, if
corporate profits have doubled since the pandemic. Many corporations lost money during the pandemic. So saying they've doubled doesn't necessarily mean they're getting. There are some companies doing very well, Jack. I'm not going to lie about that. But a lot of them that have doubled, they're still not making what they were pre-pandemic.
Yeah. And let's be honest, a lot of places are only doing well because they were allowed to stay open during the pandemic.
Yeah.
If I'm reelected, we're going to make sure that rents are kept at 5% increase of corporate rents for apartments and the like and homes are limited to 5%. We're going to.
He's talking about putting federal price controls on real estate. Okay.
Make a lot of changes that I've been talking about because we're going to continue to grow this economy. And by the way,
he's going to grow the economy by killing capitalism. Interesting choice, Joe. We'll see what happens with it. I mean, I'm pretty sure we can ask a lot of countries who've already tried that shit.
I know, remember how I got so roundly criticized for being so pro-union, not labor, union. Well, guess what? I've been the most pro-union labor president in history. Not a joke. And guess what? We had the Treasury Department do a study. When unions do better, everybody does better.
That's a weird whisper thing.
Unions are the reason a lot of companies went to fucking Mexico, you douche. Do you remember when the union went on strike at UPS? And they said one of the things that they wanted was 5,000 part-time workers brought on full-time. And so UPS gave in and did that. And then they fired 10,000 full-time employees.
Yeah.
But hey, when the union does better, why does he do that whispering thing, man?
It's supposed to be making it dramatic, I think.
You know what? I blame Jodie fucking Foster for this.
Of course you do.
Everybody does.
Dangerous. If you're asking what about the UPS thing, that's a real thing that happened. You also had the one where the unions decided to take on Hostess, and Hostess was like, fuck it, we're just shutting down completely. Somebody else had to come in and buy them up to reopen the bakeries and shit. Anyway.
Does better. And we talk about how, for example, remember when we talked about getting the computer chip industry back in the United States?
Jesus fuck, that was hard to get to his point. Listen to the stumble just to get to it, as he's trying to remember what the fuck he's saying.
Everybody does better.
Uh-huh.
And we talk about how, for example, remember when we talked about getting...
We talked about how when I went to... Remember when... Fuck! One more time. Go ahead.
No, I'm just scared. I don't want to do this.
Talk about how, for example, remember when we talked about getting the computer chip in?
Wow. Remember? I can't even remember all the bullshit he said to try to get to his point. Thank you, Ethel. Imagine the... Oh, FL. Got it. Imagine the absolute field day Golden Age SNL would have with this Muppet. Yeah, the fact that they don't is just proof that liberals, they lost their sense of humor.
Yeah.
Michael, thank you. My union literally increased dues so that the UPS union could have a bigger war chest, by the way. I'm not shocked.
Yeah, shit. Thank you, Dark Resurrect, for that feminist donation. When unions do better, the working man get fucked. The union boss does better. Yep.
True. And you know who else does? The DNC.
Yeah.
Because unions donate heavily to the DNC, and they have since their mob days. Since their mob days, like they stopped.
You're silly.
Where are we? Oh, we're back to Stuttering Joe here.
Industry back in the United States used to be 40% of the industry. We invented the chip. 40% of the industry is in the United States. And former presidents decided that the best way to do it is find the cheapest labor in the world.
Yeah, that's NAFTA. That came from your boy Bill.
The product over there and import what the product was. And so what did I do? I was told.
You threw a shit ton of our money at them, at these very wealthy companies who could have brought the stuff back here. They're making record profits, largely because of how necessary those chips are these days.
Yeah.
And instead of telling them, hey, if you do not start manufacturing it here, we're going to put a big ass tariff on it and kill your profits here. You went here. How about I give you $1 trillion fucking so you can go spend it in China?
Yeah. That's
exactly
more heavily growth in China.
He's just a fucking liar, man.
Real quick, thank you, Evolved Potato. Can we mention that most unions of the U.S. were literally founded by communists, and a lot of them were directly funded by the Soviet Union? No, I don't think we're allowed to mention that anymore.
And again, they were also steeped heavily in organized crime.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, it's a sucker's play. It sounds good when you don't really look into it and don't think about it too much. So you sign up, and then next thing you know, 25% of your wages are going to a bunch of shysters who are not going to do anything to help you.
Well, not to go over to Europe. I mean, to Asia, including Europe, but Asia. I remember going to South Korea, convincing them to invest $20 billion in the United States to build computer chip factories.
When you told them we were investing $1 trillion that they get some of. You fucking lying. He tried bragging about this. Was it during the Stephanopoulos thing? Where like, I went to South Korea and got them to say they'll spend $20 billion here. Anybody know how much aid we give to South Korea? I have no idea, honestly. But again, with the CHIPS Act, someone like Intel can take that money, get it here in the United States, and spend it in South Korea. I don't know what he's trying to brag about here.
I don't either.
And I asked why when they finally decided to do it. And the answer was because you have the safest economy in the world, and you have the best workers in the world.
Okay, so they were already doing it in South Korea. And they said the reason that they're going to do it is because America has the best workers in the world.
I highly doubt they said that.
Does that sound okay? Let's be honest. You're an Asian company, Jack, and you're making computer stuff, right?
Yeah, damn, I'm sexy.
Are you gonna send your business to a bunch of round eyes across the ocean, or are you going to use the giant pool of Asians sitting right in front of you?
Probably gonna use the domestic stuff so we can keep more of the money.
Jesus, Joe, fuck, man. No, don't worry. This is he did really well. He's got a. I don't even remember what his fucking question was.
I don't either. He takes so damn long to answer, and then it's generally speaking a nonsensical drifting web of lunacy.
He's all over the place here.
He really is, and you just get, if you want to give a policy answer, you need to keep it really short. Otherwise, you start wandering. He's so bad at this.
So the whole idea here is we've invested. There's over $50 billion in investment in computer chip manufacturing just coming in the bean. None of you thought that would happen.
He keeps saying that. Nobody thought it could happen. Who is running around telling Joe that nothing can be done?
I don't know. Whoever he's whispering to, probably.
None of you thought that would happen. But it's happening. It's happening. And it's going to grow economies. All through. And by the way, red states and blue states. Matter of fact, there's as much in red states as in blue states. I've made no distinction. So my generic point is that the idea that we can't continue to build and grow the economy, make it fairer. And like I said, from my standpoint, when the middle class does well, that's when the whole economy grows. The poor have a shot, the wealthy do well, but the wealthy got to start paying their taxes.
I just let that play because I don't want anybody to go, oh, this is taking so long because you guys keep interrupting, because that part is true. But the idea that I didn't want anybody to think, hey, the reason it sounds rambling and stuff, or you can't remember the things because you guys are talking to me. No. He started 3 sentences there before he got to middle class stuff at the end. He's just rambling. And this is what the news and a whole bunch of people that are shocking the shit out of me are saying was this. Look how well he did.
Well, this was a big boy press conference.
Oh, this is painful.
Follow-up, sir. You mentioned that your Vice President Kamala Harris would be ready to serve on day one. Can you elaborate on that? What is it about her attributes and her accomplishments over the last 4 years that make her ready to serve on day one if necessary?
This answer, I don't know if you saw this part, Jack,
No.
blew my fucking mind. Are you ready for this?
No.
Okay, here we go.
First of all, the way she's handled the issue of freedom of women's bodies to have control over their bodies.
What?
Abortion. He won't say abortion.
Oh, okay.
The way that she's had women control over their bodies. Okay. What has Kamala accomplished in that regard?
She used her body to get a job with Willie Brown, maybe?
I mean, she's kept from getting pregnant by swallowing.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, some girls are keepers.
By the way, Kamala, that's not how you get it into your belly if you want a baby. I'm just saying.
No, but sometimes if you want to keep a man, you got to do that hawk towel, right?
Secondly, her ability to handle almost any issue on the board. This was
That's code for penis, isn't it?
Like the border?
No, we don't talk about the border.
What has she handled? Seriously, I'm begging for an answer here.
I said the word penis already.
No, an actual, policy issue.
Venn diagrams, electric buses. She was real big on those.
The hell of a prosecutor.
You know what a Hummer is, right?
Oh yes.
Do you think Kamala gives a cackle?
A cackler?
A cackler, yeah.
Maybe. But if somebody starts laughing while your dick's in their mouth, it's time to start worrying if they're going to bite your dick off. Because they're probably going to bite your dick off. I'm just saying, I would be incredibly scared if they started laughing while my dick's in their mouth.
But if it's done on purpose to kind of give like the Hummer, you know, the kind of the vibration,
Yeah,
maybe it's like a Hummer but on steroids, right?
No, it's not. It's a shrinky dinker. It's gonna make your wiener wither. Because you're gonna think that the Joker is about to Smilex your wang.
I'm willing to be a test subject and get a blowjob while somebody's giggling to see what happens.
Yeah, I'll volunteer your dick for that because I'm not doing it. There's too much chance that person is gone insane or is in fact some sort of circus person in disguise, and I'm not prepared to commit my wiener to that just yet.
She was a first-rate person, and in the Senate, she was really good. I wouldn't have picked her unless I thought she was qualified to be president.
Yeah, well, what made Trump qualified to be your VP?
You picked her because you thought she was qualified to be president. This is a woman who spent $40 million and couldn't get to the starting line. Not even the finish line, to the starting line. What was it you saw in her that is it because she locked up black people and you really like doing that? It's got to be that, right? It's got to be.
He did say he was going to hire a black woman for the job, so.
And in that case, I mean, she kind of fit the definition.
Indian, black people. Do you think Joe really knows the difference or cares?
From the very beginning, I made no bones about that. She is qualified to be president.
You literally picked her because of her genitals and skin tone. That's the only thing that mattered to you. But anyway, he's not done yet.
That's why I picked her.
Oh, they must come back to it because he brings up her prosecutorial record in a little bit. And you can go look on. I'm like, Joe, don't bring that up. No.
Yeah, he did mention that she was a prosecutor there.
Tulsi Gabbard was on with Megyn Kelly yesterday, and they discussed the Kamala moment. And Tulsi actually said she gets more people recognizing her for that than anything else. Yeah.
Felicia Schwartz, Financial Times.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Felicia with the bad hair.
At this point, you start noticing. It's kind of dark, but this chick right here is holding the microphone for her.
Okay.
Starting actually 2 questions back, the people with the microphones are conspicuously right next to the people who are just about to be called on. And you'll notice she has a nice typed up sheet of paper of what she's supposed to read off.
Yeah, well, they probably didn't get their question until they got up to the microphone.
Presidency is the most straining job in the world, and it's 24/7. How can you say you'll be up for that next year, in 2 years, in 4 years, given the limits you've acknowledged that you have today?
Such a softball question. It's meant to sound like they're challenging him, but it's setting him up to give an answer. How can you be sure you'll be up to this job in a year, 2 years, or 3 years?
How can you be so sure that you're going to stay awesome?
Yeah. Well, Tubby, let me tell you how great I am.
The limits I've acknowledged I have.
And he got confused by the question. Was that a hard question, Jack?
Yep.
Now, she's about to go into a little more detail, and then he's going to deny that he ever said something.
There's been reporting that you've acknowledged that you need to go to bed earlier and your evening around 8.
That's not true.
Your whole staff says it's true. What the fuck are you talking about? They said that you're no good after 8 o'clock. We didn't pull that number out of our asses. It came from your people. Jesus Christ.
Look, what I said was, instead of my every day starting at 7 and going to bed at midnight, it'd be smarter for me to pace myself a little more.
Nobody's saying you got to go from 7 to midnight, Joe. But the thing, 7 to 8 is not good, especially not for a president.
Yeah, it's only like an hour.
Even if you give him the other one, it's only 13 hours.
He ain't doing no 13 hours, and you and I both know that.
Oh, sure. No, he's doing the 11 to 4 that we've heard about.
If
At
that,
most. At
probably
most.
the nap in there.
And I said, for example, the 8, 7, 6 stuff, instead of starting the fundraiser at 9 o'clock, start at 8 o'clock. People get to
Because I get sundown after 8.
go home by 10 o'clock. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about. And if you look at my schedule since I made that stupid mistake in the campaign in
Hang on, we got to get this in all of its glory. I'm going to let it play this time.
starting the fundraiser at 9 o'clock, start at 8 o'clock. People get to go home by 10 o'clock. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about. And if you looked at my schedule since I made that stupid mistake in the campaign in the debate, I mean, my schedule has been full bore.
That stupid mistake in the debate. I need a little more clarification on which one he thinks is the stupid mistake.
The whole debate, I think, was a stupid mistake.
The whole debate was a stupid mistake. But since I made that stupid mistake, no, you didn't make a stupid mistake in the debate. You showed the world what you really are. And for the record, you just said, so that you could be home, people could get home by 10 o'clock. The debate only went till 10:30. That extra half hour is just too much for you. And remember, you were sundowning by 9 when that started. I'm just saying. Your first answer was all fucked up. No, I totally don't sundown.
Now, to be fair, that probably wasn't his sundown moment. That's just his regular fuck-ups.
I hear you, but no, that was well past his sundown. This dude starts sundowning at about 4.
Oh, yeah, easily.
Yeah.
Where's Trump been? Riding around in his golf cart, filling out his scorecard before he hits the ball?
I wish I could remember who it was, but I did see a mainstream media source, some legacy media, who they brought up his massive campaigning, right? How he's been campaigning so hard. And the reporter went, actually, it's like 5 minutes here, 10 minutes there, because he's not doing massive rallies. He's getting driven around to ice cream places. No, I've been, and Trump went and did golf, and he is very upset about the golf thing. Which, by the way, did you see Trump challenged him to a golf match?
Yes. Outstanding.
Told him he'd give him 10 strokes aside, and if he wins, he will give $1 million to the charity of Joe's choice. You think Joe's going to take him up on that?
No.
Was it 10 strokes aside or 3 strokes aside?
I don't remember.
Might have been 3. I don't remember now exactly. Anyhow.
I mean, look,
and for the record, the reason he's so mad about that is don't challenge Biden. That's when he gets mad. If you want to make Biden mad and start calling people dog face, pony face, just challenge him on anything. And Trump questioned his manhood by saying that he was a better golfer than him.
Yeah, everybody knows that Biden's got a thin skin, and he can't handle any kind of criticism or challenges.
Now, it is possible that Biden is a better golfer than Trump. Possible, I said. Listen to me, guys. But what do you think is more likely? Joe Biden is the better golfer, or The man who literally lives on a fucking golf course and has for quite a while.
That's a mystery for the ages.
I could totally take him.
We've done virtually nothing. And I don't know how many. Don't hold me to it.
Here's the thing, Joe. We'll go back so we can hear all that. The reason nobody's questioning Trump is because every time you try to make it look like Trump is in some way mentally incompetent as you are, we go and find the real video, and it actually turns out it is what you guys would call a cheap fake, like the one with Don Jr. and him holding hands. Like, he had to be walked off the stage by his son. If you watch the video, it's literally just a quick, Donald just reaches down, touches his hand real quick, and pulls it back and continues walking on his own.
Yeah, it was like a touching father-son moment.
Yeah. They both just given a speech at this event, and as Trump is leaving, Don Jr.'s there. He reaches his hand up to his dad. His dad reaches down and grabs his hand real quick, and yeah. When we're told that your thing is a deep fake, or cheap fake, sorry, we watched the whole video and went, holy shit, it was worse than I thought.
Right?
Nothing. And I don't know how many. Don't hold me to it.
I need to talk about this for just a second, and I will let you guys hear that uninterrupted in a second. So the other day, the congressional, it was only two of them, was Aguilar and Ted Lieu. They went and gave a speech, and this is right before Karine Jean-Pierre gives her one that we watched, and in it, Ted Lieu is really upset that people want the Biden tape from the special counsel Hers investigation. And he, for some reason, Ted launches into this thing about how you guys don't need to see that. He goes, you guys never ask. You should read the transcripts from Trump's speeches that he gives. You guys never ask for the transcripts from those. Like Ted, they're on video, man.
Yeah, why would we want the transcript when we can see the video? That's the whole point.
We want to see the video because if you take the debate, right, and you cut out all the ums and the dead air and all of that, all of the stuff that got cut out of the her thing, Biden didn't do that bad because you take all of the bad shit out.
Yeah, you take out all the weird pauses and stuff like that. It changes the entire speech.
Yeah,
it changes the context and the meaning of it.
It can look much more coherent in written form than if you actually got to hear it.
Yeah.
Dangerous Spaces, thank you. Kamala is qualified because she has the ability to see what can be unburdened by what has been. That's true. God, I saw that fucking tape or video. God, I'm old. Yeah. By the way, Joe, it's not you campaigning when Jill is the one doing it. Plus, your 2020 campaign lid was 9 a.m. Yeah. No. He was fine back then, too.
Yeah, totally fine.
He campaigned all the time. Trump, honestly, he is campaigning more like an incumbent, because they don't have to campaign as much.
Yeah.
He did the same thing in 2020. He did not have as many campaign rallies in 2020 as he did in 2016 because he's the president at that point.
When your enemy is tearing themselves apart like this, and who's he really campaigning against? Because is Biden going to be the actual nominee? You got to be careful with your money on that one.
Look at how weak, just politically speaking, how weak it looks for Joe to say, I've been out there campaigning all this time ever since that one mistake at the debate. I've been out there. One, he's only there for a very minimal amount of time.
Yeah.
But it makes it seem like, no, honestly, guys, I'm good. I'm going out there to prove how good I am.
Yeah, if you have to tell people you're out campaigning, you're probably not campaigning enough.
And when you're telling them you're doing it literally to prove you're competent and you keep fucking up, all it's doing is reinforcing to people that you're not competent. This is Kyle. Thank you so much, my friend. I kind of hope the presidential candidates challenge each other becomes a thing. It'll eventually lead to them challenging each other to quick scopes in Call of Duty on Rust. Have to check. Thank you. I want to see him. American Gladiators. Remember the one where each of them would stand on a pedestal with the big
try to knock
joust?
each other off.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
fuck yeah. Also, thank you, Kyle.
I want to see that. Speaking of
hell
that,
yeah.
I went to a fair today. There was a town not too far from me that has a agricultural fair going on. They have a little carnival there, and they had a little dog show, and with little border collies. And this chick, she had a deaf border collie, the cutest little dog you ever did see. And she lays down on her back and puts her feet straight up in the air, and that dog jumped and landed on her feet and stood there.
Oh, that's awesome.
I was like, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen.
So you figure out that dog missed a few times and like got impaled.
Well, she missed the first time because she got up there, but she had too much momentum, so she had to do it a second time. No, the really weird part is the woman lays down on her back and she goes to put her legs up in the air, but they spread a little bit, and the dog immediately goes between them. Like, I don't think this is a show for the family.
Path of least resistance.
I thought this shit happened in the Philippines. What's going on here? Anyway, I've heard stories. I'm a Navy brat.
And I have, I don't know how many, don't hold me to it, roughly 20 major events. Some of them with thousands of people showing up.
Some of them with dozens.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes there's other things going on and people didn't realize I was going to be there. So there were thousands. You've not had major events. All of your speeches are like less than 5 minutes long. Remember the one where he refused to hug the black chick and hug the little white lady?
Yeah.
If you watch that, his speech is like 5 minutes long at max. I've joked so many times because they're the ones who keep bringing up Pennsylvania. He literally talks for like 2 minutes and the majority of it's about ice cream.
That's
I mean,
sad.
this is why I said that one legacy reporter bringing it up. I was finally glad to at least see somebody other than me sees what's going on.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, I got these 20 major events. Don't quote me on the number. I can count to, well, anyway.
And so,
See what I did there? I brought it back.
I liked it.
I just think it's better. I always have an inclination, whether I was playing
Hey,
sports
Gorbag.
or doing politics,
Wait.
just nation.
This is one of those times I need somebody to explain what the fuck he's talking about, okay?
And so I just think it's better. I always have an inclination, whether I was playing sports or doing politics, just to keep going, not stop. I just got to just pace myself a little more.
Is he just saying, is he trying to say I work too hard?
I think he's trying to say he's too devoted and he's too good at everything, so he's got to pace himself so he doesn't get burnt out.
Fuck, this is hard to watch again. It was hard to watch the first time. It really was.
Oh, it gets worse each viewing. That's true of all of his speeches these days.
By the time we get to about here, I was not kidding on Twitter when I was like, somebody please fucking end this. It is so embarrassing.
Oh, this is a mess.
Pace myself. And the next debate, I'm not going to be traveling in the 15 time zones a week before.
You weren't. You literally spent 6 days at Camp David.
No, he said the
before.
week before. Jet lag lasts at least a week, Monkey. Don't you know how this works?
He hadn't been on a jet in 12 days.
Yeah. And that was part of the problem is it's like coming up too fast. You get the bends. He gets the Bidens.
Yeah, 15 time zones. That's what he said. That what is that? Like half the globe?
Probably.
There's 24 time zones. It's more than half the globe.
Well, maybe he was on Mars talking to some aliens.
Maybe he was visiting those 53 states.
Anyway, that's what it was about. That's what it was about. And by the way, even with that, I love my staff, but they add things all the time. At the very end. I'm catching hell from my wife.
This is an important part.
I love my staff.
Watch his
but
eyes.
They add things all the time. At the very end, I'm catching hell from my wife for that. Anyway.
Jill is scolding him from the audience.
That would not surprise me, actually.
This is the president of the United States. Oh my God. And again, this is another one where I don't even remember what the fucking question was by the time he got to the end. He just rambles.
Well,
Was he asked about his I know what it was. He's trying to explain why the report said that he said he had to be in bed by 8. And he's blaming it on the staff. And the reason he's catching hell from Jill is because he's making her life harder because he needs to be in bed no later than 8. And now he's like, I could do it all day long. I could go to 10 o'clock, just not 10:30, man.
It depends if there's a Matlock marathon on.
Watch him as this at the end of this question, Jack, if you haven't seen this part.
They add things all the time. At the very
Watch
end,
him.
I'm catching hell from my wife for that. Anyway.
Sort of drifted off for a second there.
This is the one where, like, hey, this didn't give the Democrats enough ammunition to force him out. What the fuck were you people watching? And guys, I'm going to be honest with you. We haven't even got to his rambly answers yet.
I'm sorry, Zeke Miller, Associated Press.
Even when he realized he's supposed to ask the question, it took him 10 seconds to be like, oh, I'm supposed to read this card.
Have you noticed how quiet everybody is in there?
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's deathly silent. Like, holy shit, what do we do?
This is also the most, we've seen this with him all over. Typically, when you have a press conference, everybody goes, hey, I want to ask a question. And the person at the podium goes, I'll take you. And presidents have done this forever. But with Joe, they got to give him a pre-scripted list. And everybody sits there perfectly quiet until the very end when it's over, then everybody just starts shouting. Anyway.
Thank you, Mr. President. 2 questions for you. First, on the NATO summit, President Zelensky, in your meeting with him, he pressed you to lift your limitations on the Ukrainian use of American.
Oh, fuck. I forgot about this. Is the one. Okay. We'll back it up and I'm going to just shut up. This is the one that really scared me, Jack.
With him, he pressed you to lift your limitations on the Ukrainian use of American weapons, saying that in his public remarks afterwards, saying that Ukraine cannot win the war unless those limitations are lifted. Are you reconsidering your position on that? And then secondly, following up on Felicia's question there, leaders of your own party have said that they're not worried about that debate. They're worried about the next bad night and the bad night after that. How can you reassure the American people that you are up to the task and that there won't be more bad nights at a debate stage or somewhere else?
First thing about Zelensky asking for the ability to strike deep into Russia.
You haven't seen this, right, Jack?
I have not.
All right.
We've allowed Zelensky to use American weapons in the near term and the near abroad into Russia. Whether or not he should be attacked. For example, should Zelensky, he's not. If he had the capacity to strike Moscow, strike the Kremlin, would that make sense? It wouldn't. The question is, what's the best use of the weaponry he has, the weaponry we're getting to him? I've gotten a more long-range capacity, as well as defensive capacity. And so our military is where I'm following the advice of my commander-in-chief, my of the Chief of Staff of the military, as well as the Secretary of Defense and our intelligence people.
I don't know if you caught what he said there, besides calling somebody else the commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief part, remember, he only made one mistake, and it was calling Kamala Trump. Calling somebody else commander-in-chief, no big deal there. He just said, I've gotten Zelensky more long-range missiles and defensive stuff.
Yeah. What he actually said, I hate to correct you a little bit here.
Oh, please.
He said that Zelensky can't hit Moscow from here. So we're getting him long-range missiles.
Yes. Yes, that's what this motherfucker just said.
Yeah, he said, well, we're going to change that by giving him those long-range missiles. That's what I just fucking heard.
I'm getting him the stuff, maybe not hit Moscow, but certainly deep into the heart of Russia.
Balls deep.
Jesus fucking Christ.
The correct answer to this question would have been, we are only supplying the weapons. We cannot control what he does with them. We have told him we don't want him to do that, but he's his own man. It's their own country. They can do what they want. That's not on us. We are simply the supplier.
The right
that
answer
would have been a better answer.
The right answer is the lie that Chucky used to tell. We're only supplying with defensive. That's the right answer. Yeah, instead he's like, yeah, we're making it so he can strike inside Russia. That's what somebody with a dictionary might call provocation.
Indeed.
I saw this part and I wish I could find the exact tweet. At this point, I was like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, Potato Brain here, with his shitty wording, effectively admitted that we are involved in this fight.
And that Zelensky has got our permission to reach as far in as he absolutely can.
Yeah, it seems to be encouraged. I mean, the Joint Chiefs are involved, so maybe they're giving out logistical information too.
The military chief of staff and the commander in his commander in chief.
Oh, which I assume is Obama.
It's Jill.
Oh, why not both?
And we're making a day-to-day basis on what they should and shouldn't go, how far they should go in.
Why are we making that decision for them? Should that be a decision they make for themselves?
Hey, Joe, I do not ever want to be on Putin's side. I think the guy's a shitbag. But he's kind of got a point about your aggression towards him, dude.
Yeah, a little bit, because this looks like evidence.
You're admitting it, you dumb fuck. And remember, this is the stuff that they do not have enough to point and go, oh, he should get out. Dude's going to start World War III.
Yeah, he is. With his ineptitude at speaking, because he's so fucking old, he is actually creating the situation. Even if it is being completely misinterpreted because he's a dumb shit and can't talk right, he's giving them the grounds they want for a major war if they want to take it.
Yep. Maniac Man says, can we not start World War III? Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, dude, I'm right there with you.
Apparently, we can't avoid it.
I could not believe more people, because I was on Twitter. You know I was.
Of course.
I could not believe more people were not talking about this part. This is the part when I said, don't get scared yet. This is what scared me.
Yeah, this is some part to be scared by. That is absolutely acceptable to be scared by that response, because he worded it so poorly or he admitted the truth. Either way, terrifying to say that, because that can be yanked up by the Russian media and used to stir up propaganda in Russia for a bigger, broader war.
That's a logical thing to do. Second question related to
bad nights, sir. How can you reassure the American people that you won't have more bad nights, whether they be on a debate stage or it's a matter of foreign policy?
Well, I tell you what, the best way to assure them is the way I assure myself. And that is, am I getting the job done?
What does that mean?
I imagine he's Stuart smiling it in the mirror. I'm good enough and gosh darn it, people like me.
Ugh.
I don't fucking know. Stuart Smiley, right?
Yeah.
Am I getting the job done? No. Somebody told you the economy's doing wrong. They lie or doing well. They lied to you. But what is it you're doing right?
Am I getting the job done? Can you name me somebody who's gotten more major piece of legislation passed in 3.5 years?
Trump.
I created 2,000 jobs.
Oh, wait, this part's important.
A major piece of legislation passed in 3.5 years. I created 2,000 jobs just last week.
What now?
He created 2,000 jobs just last week.
Were they in Ukraine or?
I don't fucking know. Smalley, thank you, Stuart Smalley. I created. Did a new department of the government open up and I wasn't paying attention?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, but.
So if I slow down, I can't get the job done. That's a sign that I shouldn't be doing it. But there's no indication of that yet.
He didn't say that. He asked, how can we be reassured that you're not going to have one of those bad moments like you supposedly had during the debate? And you're like, can I get the job done? Pudding.
None. Who we got here? Merrick, Pulaski Radio.
Thank you, Mr. President. How are you?
I'm well.
This is the guy that
The elections
straight up butters his balls, man. This is the worst question of the night, and it goes on way too long, and it is so fucking self-serving. Even I have problems believing the White House was involved in writing this shit. It is so self-serving. I'm gonna shut up and let him just get the whole thing out.
How are you?
I'm well.
The elections in the US have consequences around the world. You have pretty high standing in Europe. I just asked President Macron about you, and he said we are happy to have him as the President of the United States. But there is a concern. Many people in Poland and across Europe are worried that the former president may win the election. And there's a lot of concern that Donald Trump may weaken NATO, stop supporting Ukraine, or push Ukraine to give up territories to Russia.
They're correct.
And yourself was warning just 2 minutes ago about it.
No, he wasn't.
So my question is, do you think that Europe will be left on its own if Donald Trump wins the election? And what's your advice to European leaders to prepare for possible US disengagement?
This was written by his campaign staff. It had to be. You are so awesome, and your opponent sucks, and everybody in Europe thinks he sucks. He's going to ruin the world. What do you think?
Yeah, why does anybody care what Europe thinks? We're not part of Europe.
Was that not the most ball-licking question you've heard?
Yeah, it absolutely was. But the correct answer here is Europe needs to learn to take care of itself, because you don't pay into NATO to actually have us afford to spend our blood and treasure on your stupid asses every 50 years. No, go fuck yourselves. If you're not going to contribute to NATO, why would we come help you? Fuck you. So you better learn to take care of yourselves, bitches.
Well, look, I think
he's having to pause here because he's blushing. Like, stop.
Well, he just finished, and some dude was caressing his balls.
How can I say this without sounding too self-serving?
Why would you worry about that now? Joe trying to be humble is one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life.
Right.
I'm not handing my European allies come up to me and say, Joe, don't run. What I hear them say is, you've got to win.
No, they're saying you have to go against the wind. Turn right, Joe. Otherwise, you'll walk off the cliff. Come on, turn right, Joe.
Thank you, Roan, who says this guy probably wants Joe to sniff him, right? I don't know if you saw, Jack, but just 2 days ago, it comes out that Russia is trying to help Trump get elected.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Wouldn't this count as election interference if all of the European nations are going, Joe, you got to win? How come that's not election interference?
Because the Trilateral Commission said it was okay.
It's in the penumbra. Yeah,
it's in the penumbra.
I mean, it's amazing when it's okay for the foreign leaders. He's literally telling Americans right now, and that fucking setup question. Good God, if you don't elect me, Trump is going to get the world all killed. The world all wants me. I don't give a fuck what the rest of the world thinks. No offense, guys. I hope you don't care too much what we think.
Yeah, why would
Frankly,
you?
we should not have the influence we do, but whatever. Grow a spine.
Yeah.
I don't care what they think when it comes to our elections. And I've never understood this American need for, the rest of the world should respect us. I have no problem with that. But the rest of the world being, you guys need Joe Biden to be your president. Fuck you. I would not vote for, if I was going to vote for Biden, I wouldn't do it because some European trash is telling me I should.
Yeah.
No
Europe
offense,
is
Europeans.
not the bastion of sophistication.
No, two of them just elected commies. Fuck them.
Right?
The fuck do I care what they think? Anyhow.
You can't let this guy come forward.
I'm sorry. What was that?
You've got to win. You can't let this guy come forward.
You can't let this guy come void? What?
Come on the border, I think is what he said.
You've got to win. You can't let this guy come forward.
Come forward, maybe?
Maybe.
It'd be a disaster. It'd be a disaster.
Yeah, because it was disaster last time. No, wait.
No, there was no wars. I mean,
I think he said in one of his rallies, don't hold me to this, recently, where NATO, I just learned about NATO or something to that effect.
did he really just say, don't hold me to this right before he made an accusation?
Yes, after he just lied.
Yeah, look, if you're like a commentator or something, that's fine. But when you're president of the United States, you don't get to just make shit up and be like, don't hold me to this. But here's a little rumor that I heard that he said this.
Yeah, let's not forget that Donald Trump, the whole thing with NATO, that was during his first administration.
No, Vice President Trump has never been president.
It's a different Trump. Different Trump.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Got confused there for a minute.
You know how they grabbed onto the big boy speech thing? They should grab on to calling Harris Trump.
Yeah. To her face.
Kamala Trump. Thank you, Frosted. Can we give the ASL translator a purple heart? See, they've switched her out. One, by the way, this pause face is perfect.
Yeah.
Hers, not him, guys. They had to switch that guy out because his hands are just tired from the gibberish. He's like, I don't know what the fuck he's even saying.
Yeah, he tapped out. This chick's a veteran.
He does come back though. They switch him. They let's see, 20 minutes in. I think it's another 20 minutes or so that they switch him back out.
Well, much like working serial killer cases, you got to switch your guys out so they don't get burnt out and get PTSD.
Have we considered? Remember how Kamala used to be Kamala?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe her name is Trump now. That's just how you're supposed to pronounce it.
Oh, she identifies as a Trump?
No, it's the pronunciation. That's how they say it in her parents' home countries.
Oh,
it's Indian. The K sounds like a T over there. The AMA is all silent, and then it's just rump. I'm just saying.
Foreign policy has never been his strong point.
Really?
Okay. Bush, Obama, Clinton, and Bush all put up with North Korea's saber rattling. And Donald Trump said, my bombs work, motherfucker.
Yeah. Also, did he renegotiate NAFTA?
He renegotiated NAFTA. Win. He stood up to, he had a fucking trade war with China and won.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh,
you know, the Abraham Accords. Exactly. What the, it's never been his strong suit. If that's his weak suit, well, fuck, foreign policy is great. National policy must be fucking excellent.
Right?
That's his weak suit, asshole.
And he seems to have an affinity to people who are authoritarian.
Just because he's not a total dipshit around foreign leaders. Like, you sit there and name call him Putin. You really think Putin's going to come talk to you about peace? No. Why would he?
Wait till we get to the Putin section. That part's fun. You honored a guy. You brought a guy to NATO who's not a member of NATO, who's literally a dictator right now.
Yeah.
Who has literally locked up opponents and jailed or killed journalists, who has banned parties.
Yeah, locked up some religious figures too. Remember, he locked up some priests.
Whose Azov battalion is literal fucking Nazis.
Yeah, how did you really get to think that we would be talking about Nazis in a war again?
No.
Like, ever? No. When you're a kid, you're like, the Nazis, they make for cool villains, but they're kind of trapped in that one time period. No, apparently not. Apparently we're bringing them back.
Let me ask you something, Jack, because he was very big on telling us that we needed NATO after World War II. Who was it we fought in World War II?
That would be the Nazis.
And who was on our side against the Nazis?
Depends on what part of the war you're talking about.
After the double cross.
Oh, that would be the communists.
The Russians. Yeah. So, Joe, if our whole thing is to stop World War II from happening again, shouldn't NATO be going after Ukraine?
One would think so.
I mean, we don't want to repeat the mistakes of the past, right?
Yeah, especially because this war is absolutely none of our fucking business. Let Europe handle it.
Yeah. We're not supposed to think this much. And this is what I think is really going on with a lot of people is they listen to Joe, who just spouts all kinds of nonsense shit here. And if you're not paying attention, like, oh, that was a long answer. Clearly he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, it was a long answer. It must be the correct one. Who would do something like that? That would be that dumb. Maybe that Harry Sisson guy.
Oh, the Harry Sisson part was great. Biden spoke without any teleprompter. Why the fuck did he have teleprompters there? Are they his security teleprompters?
Yes, those are actually programmed security droids that have blast shields built in.
That makes a lot more sense. It's just a smiling face that he sees.
Yeah, yeah.
That worries. I can tell you from Poland, that worries Europe. That worries Poland. And nobody, including the people of Poland, think that if he wins in Ukraine, he's going to stop in Ukraine.
Okay, he said nobody thinks that. Joe, if he wins in Ukraine, I think he's going to stop in Ukraine. I know you're not listening to me, and even if I told you that, you would probably call me fat.
Oh, what I learned is monkey's a nobody.
I am a nobody. Thank you, Dangerous. The guy that started No New Wars, got 4 Middle East peace deals, forced NATO countries to increase their contribution, no death in Afghanistan for 18 months. Yeah, that guy sucked at foreign policy. Indeed, he did. He absolutely did.
Yes, clearly. I mean,
Joe told me so.
Yeah, how could you doubt the sainted, glorious Joe Biden?
Thank you so much for the donation, my friend.
That's going to be the end of it. And so what I can say is, I think I'm the best qualified person to do the job, to make sure that Ukraine does not fall, that Ukraine succeeds, that the European alliance stays strong.
I feel like the translator over here, actually, she's telling us a story about how she's sexually repressed and she just needs an orgasm really bad.
Oh,
I've been there, lady.
She
I've
was
been there.
talking about her trip to the grocery store and how she found a kitty cat and adopted it, and then ninjas attacked her because they wanted the kitty cat, and she managed to elude them, and then an ice storm happened, and she had to fight a snow golem. It was a whole thing. That's what I don't speak ASL very well, so I have to assume that I'm correct. Also, thank you, Travis Gardner. Just go look at all the leadership of NATO from the late 50s to the 80s. A lot of them got Iron Crosses in the big war. Shh, we don't talk about that.
Don't talk about that. And yeah, guys, there's no real point to me pointing that out. I just think it's funny as shit. I love watching the people doing this stuff. They get so into it because you got to be expressive and stuff. And oftentimes when you listen to it, especially within politics, you're like, there's no way they're hearing what we're hearing. They're deaf, so of course they're not. But you know what I mean? They're not getting the message we're getting.
Seeds that the European alliance stays strong. You may recall.
You know what I realized the other day?
Potatoes are awesome.
No, Joe Biden is the personification of bad lip reading.
Yeah, that's true.
I was sitting on the toilet playing on my phone, and for some reason that hit me. I wasn't even pooping. I just like playing on my phone on the toilet.
Oh, well,
yeah.
Good for you.
Call. No one was talking about Finland joining NATO.
Why would you?
I honestly don't know why Finland wants to join.
Well, because then they don't have to pay anything for security.
That's true. More money
anyway.
for social programs like Germany.
I remember talking to Putin right after we got elected in Geneva, and he was talking about what we should do. We couldn't be in Eastern Europe, etc.
That sounded all like Putin was elected in Geneva.
It did, yeah.
You're looking for the Finlandization of Ukraine, because you're going to get the NATOization of Finland. And about 4 weeks later, I got a call. No, that's not true. Probably 5 months later, from the president of Finland, could he come and see me? Because in my office, I invited him to the Oval Office. We sat down and talked. He said he wanted to join NATO. Could I help? And I did. It wasn't automatic. And then I got a call from the Swedes.
No, all you had to do was go to NATO and go, hey, guys, you guys want him in? And they went, yeah, sure, why not? What's another freeloader? It's the Americans' paycheck.
Yeah, no, I think it was, we'll buy some hunter paintings.
He keeps making it sound like it's some major accomplishment, like there was a massive push against Finland. Fuck. You guys didn't think I could get it done.
I beg your pardon? Wasn't automatic. And then I got a call from the Swedes. I beg your pardon? And
unfortunately, I can't hear what that guy's saying, and they never bring a mic over to him. Biden just gets indignant there for some reason. I beg your pardon?
So Finland joined NATO. 800-mile border is a significant, and they're already allies, but they weren't part of NATO. And you heard, I think you heard, maybe, I can't recall what he said in public there in our closed meeting, but he wouldn't mind being repeated. He said, we decided in Finland, the people of Finland decided they had to be part of NATO. It was in our interest because of the joint ability to be together, to dissuade any attack on Finland.
The joint ability to be together.
Yeah, you know, That's a normal phrase that everybody uses, right?
Yes, yes.
Thing with Sweden. It took a lot of selling to some folks, particularly in Turkey and other places, to agree to the expansion. But it expanded, and we're a hell of a lot stronger because of it.
I'm not good at geology. How much of Turkey sits on the Atlantic?
You mean geography?
Yeah.
None of it.
That's how bad I am at geography.
Yeah, you called it geology.
Yeah. Why is Turkey in NATO?
Why the fuck not? I guess I don't know. They're pretty much a Muslim caliphate, so
We're more secure because of it. And by the way, I was able to get 50 other nations, 50 to support Ukraine.
Joe, we don't need to know what 50 is. That I realize people say that to you, and they hold up hands. 50. You don't have to say that for us.
no. And who fucking cares? Who cares how many other people you roped into helping those freeloaded parasites?
What did we have to give them, Joe?
We were able to bring about a coalition of Europe and Asia, Japan and South Korea. I just met with.
You didn't have to do anything, because even me, who like, it's none of my fucking business, I can look at it and go, yeah, it's fucked up that they invaded that country.
Yeah.
And
well, sure, it's fucked up, but
nobody really has any skin in this game. I mean, they're throwing weapons. I have a couple of bullets that we have left over from Nam, and they're buying their gas from a different place now. But it's not like anybody's suffered massively for standing up to Putin by, putting sanctions on him.
If anything, China got super rich.
Yeah, it's true.
And of course, North Korea is making a buttload of money now too.
Oh yeah, Iran as well.
Yeah,
they're doing pretty well for themselves.
We talked about AUKUS, and we talked about the relationship between Australia, New Zealand, Japan, South Korea, the United States. We're making the world safer and stronger because we have to
it looks like we're on the brink of Third World War.
Deal with the new arrangement that exists in the world. The Cold War is over. The post-war era is over. What is going to replace it? And I respectfully suggest I have a pretty good idea what that should be. I've convinced a lot of people to follow it, and we're just going to get stronger.
Okay, we heard most of his answer uninterrupted. I only molested his answer a little bit there. Was that a good answer? Am I just wrong here, and that was a really intelligent answer?
That was a terrible answer, and you know it.
Right. I keep waiting for the good one. I'm still waiting.
David Sanger. Where's it?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Be nice, David.
Mr. President, the NATO declaration that was issued yesterday was very notable because it described China as a decisive enabler of the war in Ukraine for its provision of critical goods to the Russians. That's part of a broader partnership that seems to have cemented in place in the past 2 or 3 years. I think one that you were a little bit doubtful of when we asked you about it some time ago.
Yes, he denied that China would be working with Russia. You remember that, right?
Mm.
We commented on it at the time. He's like, no, this won't drive them closer together. And me and Jack go, yeah, it will.
Yeah,
of course it will.
Obvious. Why wouldn't it? We're pushing them together. It's stupid.
Yeah.
So I'd be interested to know whether you have a strategy now of trying to interrupt the partnership between China and Russia.
But China, we're your ally. We're your allies. Yeah, we're not allies with China either. You know who's getting really close to an actual allyship? China and Russia. They're already working together militarily.
Yeah, and North Korea just signed a really good peace accord with Russia. They're going to have each other's backs. And North Korea is making a lot of munitions for Russia right now. How could that backfire on us?
Right.
Whether or not in a second term you would pursue that, if you could describe that strategy to us. And along the way, could you also tell us whether you think, just to follow up on Felicia's question, that if you were in a room with Vladimir Putin again, the way you were 3 years ago, or with President Xi, that a few years from now you will be able to go negotiate with them, handle them one-on-one?
Bruh, you're asking him way too long of a question.
Yeah, there's too much to that. Also, you missed a golden opportunity to say, if you were in a room with Putin, would you challenge him to push-ups and would you win?
Would you call him fat? Remember when Trump called Kim Jong-un fat right to his face?
Yeah.
Well, the first part of the question is, we discussed and I raised in the NATO summit and others raised the future of China's involvement, what they're going to do, what they're doing with Russia in terms of accommodating, facilitating, they're getting access to additional, they're not supplying weapons themselves, they're supplying mechanisms for them to be able to get weapons.
We know they've supplied some weapons.
This is one of those nuanced answers that he hasn't been giving because he's making apologies for China, probably because they gave him a bunch of money.
And China's position is basically, and I've spent more time with Xi Jinping than any world leader has.
Nobody cares.
Over 90 hours since being vice president all the way through. For
90 hours? That's it. Didn't they go on like a 17,000 mile trip?
Well, yeah. I mean, that was a different thing, though. That wasn't work related. The fact that he's spent the most time with Xi doesn't reassure me of anything because China gave this man $5 million and how much we don't know to his kid. So
no, you see, he's just trying to point out that he's in Xi's head. See?
Oh yeah.
He can think like him.
Candidate.
They've spent so much 90 hours, man. That's almost as much as Biden's awake in a year, and he spent that much time with Xi. So he knows how Xi thinks. That's why when he was asked before about whether or not China would support Russia, and he said no, he was totally correct. Wait, that's not correct. Why would anybody believe him on this, Jack? Especially with the question was asked where the guy pointed out he was wrong last time.
He's never wrong. He's just mistaken.
And by the way, I handed all my notes. But my point is that she believes that China is a large enough market that they can entice any country, including European countries, to invest there in return for commitments from Europe to do A, B, C, or D, or not to do certain things. What's happened is we had a long discussion about what we have to make clear China has to understand that if they are supplying Russia.
For the record, I am 100% behind him making any fucking thing clear.
He hasn't made a damn thing clear when he says, let me be clear.
We had a long discussion about.
He's not even clear when he says we need to be clear.
Yeah.
Listen to this shit.
Accurate.
What we have to make clear China has to understand that if they are supplying Russia with information and capacity, along with working with North Korea and others to help Russia in armament, that they're not going to benefit economically.
They are benefiting economically because they're getting oil ass cheap.
As a consequence of that, by getting the kind of investment they're looking for. And so, for example, we're in a situation where we've reestablished direct contact with China after that. Remember the balloon, quote unquote, going down, and all of a sudden things came to an end.
What the fuck is he talking about?
The balloon, quote unquote.
You mean the spy balloon?
You mean the balloon?
Well, one of them we never confirmed was an actual balloon. It might have been an alien UFO.
Well, we set up a new mechanism. There's a direct line between Xi and me, and our military has direct access to one another, and they contact one another when we have.
That does not make me feel good.
No, that terrifies the shit out of me, especially with Milley was already making backroom deals with the Chinese.
Yep.
This just sounds like you're a Manchurian candidate more and more, dude.
Have problems. The issue is that we have to make sure that she understands there's a price to pay for undercutting both the Pacific Basin as well as Europe, and as it relates to Russia and dealing with Ukraine.
This is one of his solid foreign policy arguments.
A bunch of rambling nonsense that takes forever to get anywhere and circles around. I get what he's trying to say, but it's so convoluted. Like, this is clear as mud. What the fuck, man? Seriously.
For those of you who are wondering what he's trying to say we have to let Xi Jinping, the leader of China, know that if he helps Russia, he's not going to actually benefit from it. That's what he's trying to say.
Yeah.
The problem is the reality doesn't match that at all. In the reality, China's doing quite well off of this.
Yeah, this friendship has been very lucrative for the Chinese.
Mm-hmm.
And on top of that, I am checking pretty much hourly at this point to see if Russian naval ships or Chinese naval ships haven't been dropping off soldiers yet. Mm-hmm. Although the Chinese Navy was in our identification zone off the coast of Alaska today, or technically yesterday. So that was fun.
And so we, for example,
excuse me, I'm so sorry. Have you noticed that he says, for example, a lot, and then there's not actually an example given?
Yes.
He goes, for example, and he starts to say something, and then he'll go like, but I believe. He just changes the subject entirely.
For example, let me be clear. Anyway.
Yes.
If you want to invest in China, as you know this area really well. If you want to invest in China, you have to have a 51% Chinese owner. You have to make sure that you do by their rules, and you don't have the authority, and that you have to provide all access to all the data and information you have. There was a while there, as you recall, the last administration and other administrations, where the access to that market was enticing enough to get companies to come in because they had access to over 1 billion people in the a market, not 1 billion, but a lot of people in the market. And so they were doing it. But that got curtailed when we started saying we're going to play by the same rules. For example.
You mean what Trump did?
Yeah, Trump ruined it for everybody.
Trump's the one that took them on, not you, dickhead.
Well, he was there when it happened,
Fuck.
Right? In spirit, emotionally.
The idea they don't abide by the international rules related to subsidizing products by the government funding. So guess what? They're not going to be able to export their electric vehicles to the United States without a significant tariff.
Well, you told us tariffs were bad. Just saying.
True.
Others are doing the same thing around the world.
He stopped himself. He was about to credit Trump for it. Yeah, you caught that?
But it is a concern. It is a concern that you have both China, North Korea, Russia.
South Korea.
Wait, this is one of my favorite parts of the whole thing. And for the record, guys, I am purposefully letting it run longer so you guys can hear these rambling fucking answers. Because it is not just that he screwed up Trump and Kamala. That isn't it. This is a horrible fucking outing here. But
Yeah.
listen to this part.
North Korea, that you have both China, North Korea, Russia, Iran, countries that are.
You have both China, North Korea, Russia, and Iran. Both. There's at minimum 2 boths in there. Both means 2. And he named 4.
Well, they were both. See, there were 2 sets of both. You just don't understand the ways of Biden. He is just brilliant. You're just a silly poopy head, megatard.
Somebody told him he couldn't have both with 4, and you didn't think he could do it, did you?
No, but he paired them off. I mean,
you guys thought I could do it.
This is brilliant. This is the brilliance of Joe Biden.
Are not necessarily coordinated in the past, looking to figure out how they can have impact.
Interrupt that impact?
Yes, I do, but I'm not prepared to talk about the detail of it in public.
Then why not, you pussy? Trump would be like, I will tell them to get fucked. That's what I'm going to do.
Well, Joe Biden's going to tell them, and then poop himself.
The question was literally, are you going to do anything to interfere with this relationship, and what are you going to do? And he goes on this rambly fucking answer that doesn't even come close to answering the question. So the guy re-asked it. Yes, but I'm not willing to talk about it. Then why did I just have to sit through that other shit?
Because Joe's a hero.
Because he needed both hands to count to 4.
That's sadly probably accurate.
And I think you'll see that some of our European friends are going to be curtailing their investment in Russia. In China, as long as China continues to have this indirect help to Russia in terms of being able to help their economy, as well as help them in, as a consequence of that, their ability to fight in Ukraine. The other thing,
I feel like that needs to be heard again.
I don't want to hear it again.
Indirect help to Russia in terms of being able to help their economy, as well as help them in, as a consequence of that, their ability to fight in Ukraine.
He was dead on foreign policy, you guys. He had all the facts and figures on foreign policy. We watched that fucking reporter say that.
Yeah. I don't know what they were watching other than maybe a drug hallucination of some kind, because I have no fucking idea what that meant, because I got bored halfway through and lost. I was looking at the interpreter. I was looking at the refrigerator. I was looking over here at this Thundercats action figure I got on my table. I got all kinds of shit I'm looking at because he's just rambling on like a senile old person at Wendy's. Real fast, though. Thank you, Evolved Potato. Biden's administration has lifted sanctions and tariffs on China. They've given China so much leeway and freedom that they've actually invaded a U.S. ally's territorial waters. Not just their economic zone, but their actual foreign territory under Biden. Look, your hate facts have no place here, sir.
They're doing this to show he can stay up and keep talking since people called him out. Who wants to bet he's highly drugged up? 1, he is highly drugged up, but 2, what are we, 30 minutes into this? This is 7 o'clock at night. He said he could go till 10.
Yeah, and this was supposed to start at like 6 o'clock, wasn't it? Because he was at least half an hour late.
Originally, it was scheduled for 5:30, and it just kept getting pushed back, and it goes live around 6:30. Buddha, thank you so much for the donation, my friend. Appreciate it. And once again, I just want to poll the audience. We're more than halfway into this now. Am I being overly critical of Biden here, or am I right that this is just nonsense? And please be honest. I'm not looking for anybody to kiss my ass or just agree because Biden's an asshole. Be genuine. Am I being overly critical, or is this just trash?
Yeah, you're just a MAGA Republican, Monkey.
Oh.
The other thing that we talked a lot about is that, and I raised it, and I didn't hear any. I can't swear that everyone agreed because not everyone got to talk about it. But we need a new industrial policy in the West. For example, we talked about how both the EU as well as NATO has to be able to begin to build their own munition capacity, has to be able to generate their own capacity to provide for weapons and the ability to, it came as a surprise to some of us how we had fallen behind in the West in terms of the ability to construct new material, new weaponry, new everything from vehicles to weapon systems. And so one of the things that came out.
You know what would make that a lot easier?
Not rambling?
If the NATO countries were paying their fucking fair share.
Yeah. Well, they're obsessed with fair share when it comes to your taxes, but not when it comes to other countries paying us.
What he's trying to say here is that because of the Ukrainian war, we realized we have a very hard time replenishing stock.
Yeah.
Like we were running out of bullets there for a while for our own planes because we gave them all to Zelensky.
Yeah, we gave too many away, and we left a bunch in Afghanistan, and now we're short supplied, and nobody else makes any except us because they don't really make their own. They depend on us more than anything. Like, oh, let the U.S. worry about that.
Yeah,
so Europe has a massive shortage.
He's right. There's a problem with that, but it goes in the face of what he's been talking about how much stronger we are because of NATO.
Mm-hmm.
But also, did you notice how long it took him to get to that and all the caveats he put on? Another thing we talked about, I mean, maybe we talked about, some people didn't talk about it, but we might have talked about it. Man, he's just so good on foreign policy in this.
Out of this was, we're going to be meeting again with a number of my colleagues, my European colleagues, is what do we do to increase the capacity of the West, particularly in Europe and Japan, to be able to generate the kind of ability to produce.
Wait. Everywhere but the United States, where we do our own and pay our own way, the very thing Trump has been talking about, we need to get from other people.
Yep.
Them to actually do their fair share. But he won't just say it because he can't, because then Trump would be right. Jack, can you talk for a minute? We're 3 hours in and my bladder's like, hey, we're 3 hours in.
Oh, sure. Monkey's
right
got
back.
to pee, guys. This is monkey pee break.
Their own weapon systems.
I meant to mute myself and instead I started playing the video. All right, I'll be right back.
Monkey's bladder issues. I'll sing you a song about it if you want. Monkey's bladder is about to explode. He's got to go, go, go. I got nothing. What's up, everybody? Let me pull the chat back up. Sorry I had you closed there for a minute. I'm trying to get some stuff done. It's not really working out. So beautiful day in the neighborhood for everybody. Rico got hurt today. He decided it was a good time to run into the street, chasing a cat, and almost got run over. Don't tell his mom because she'll murder me. But I wasn't even there when it happened. But he pulled the back muscle in the process, and it scared him. So he was hiding around the room all day. It was sad. He was feeling better about 8 o'clock at night, though. So, but yeah, he was. I took him on a ride too. He loves that. Beautiful. I cried. 3 words made in America. Yeah. Good luck with that. Like Chewbacca or Beaker. Yes, that would be awesome. Who's going to be his Han Solo? Industrial policy, the one America used to have before NAFTA. Oh, Dare to Dream. What Thundercats toys do you have? I have the, what are these? Savage World Thundercats. There's 8 of them. I've got 6. I'm missing the 2 expensive ones. But I've got Lion-O, Panthro, Mumra, Slithe, Jackalman, and Monkeyon. I'm missing Chitara and Tigra. These were put out by Funko a few years ago, and I picked them up. They're like the He-Man figures, that same construction. And I thought they looked cool, so I bought them.
All right, you ready? Do you need to use the restroom?
No, I'm good.
Cool. All right. I've had a lot to drink today. I was in the sun.
Oh, Darth Mando, she's in Japan right now. She didn't move. She decided to stay. But there's a whole fiasco with her trying to take the dog. And as you can tell, that didn't work out. That's a whole rant that I will go on. And it's like going to take me 30 minutes. So we're not covering that. But it was this sort of raging venture to the airport. And, oh, dear God, it was a fiasco. But the dog couldn't go. So he had to go back home with me in the car. And, yeah, it was ugly. Thank you, Frank. It just sounds like he's struggling to get each thought to come out. It's not a good look by any means. No, it's actually kind of sad. He met the low bar by headbutting it repeatedly. At some point, he's going to just stop and start licking it instead. Yeah, pretty much.
Actually, that would probably be a little less embarrassing.
Yeah, because then they'd just be like, oh, he's insane.
Yeah.
Instead of like, oh, he making all these excuses for him.
And there's less chance that he's going to start World War III that way. Because I don't know if you caught this, but he just basically said he's told people in NATO, specifically our European allies, to fuck China's economy.
Yeah. Which, fuck China, but don't think that's a good thing to be telegraphing to the Chinese that you want to fuck their economy. Especially when he just told us that he's got a plan, but he's not going to announce it. He doesn't want to announce it publicly. So what's he do? Announces it publicly. Yeah, he announces that he has a plan. He's just not giving you specifics. No, but he does. He gives us the specifics. He said that he's been working with our European allies to get them to stop investing in China. Yeah, I'm sure there's more to it than that, but that's going to piss the Chinese off, and they've got a lot of things over us right now, a lot of upper hand. So I don't know. I mean, look, this guy's running. I'm telling you, man, we're going to get invaded at some point. I'm waiting for it. I'm of two minds here because I really want people to see what Biden is really like so that they can't keep claiming, oh, it's just, it's a moment taken out of context. But I'm also very worried about what this motherfucker says every time he opens his mouth. Yeah, he's going to get us in a war because he's retarded. Mm-hmm. I'm serious. I wish I was joking about that, but I'm not. He's going to get us in a literal war because he says dumb shit. Uh-oh, did you disappear? No, I was just done ranting. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Themselves, but to be able to generate that. It's the same. That's what Russia's trying to figure out. That they went to China, and they didn't get the weapons, but then they went to North Korea. But we're going to be in a position where the West is going to become the industrial base for it to be able to the ability to have all the defensive weapons that we need. That was a discussion as well.
Which really had nothing to do with the question he was asked, but all right.
Whether you would be ready to go deal with Putin and Xi 2 or 3 years from now.
This is one of the most ridiculous answers you're ever going to hear.
I'm ready to deal with them now and 3 years from now. Look, like I said.
Let's watch that again.
Jesus Christ.
Like I said.
That's embarrassing, dude.
Didn't give the Democrats enough to actually hold it against him and force him out.
I'm dealing with Xi right now. and direct contact with him. I have no good reason to talk to Putin right now. There's not much that he is prepared to do in terms of accommodating any change in his behavior. And but there isn't any world leader I'm not prepared to deal with. But I understand that the generic point is Putin ready to talk? I'm not ready to talk to Putin unless Putin's ready to change his behavior. And the idea, look, Putin's got a problem. First of all, in this war that he is supposedly have won, and by the way, I think, don't hold me to the exact number, but I think that Russia had 17.3% of Ukraine that they've conquered. Now it's 17.4. I mean, in terms of percentage of territory. They've not been very successful.
They've been very
everything
successful.
he wanted.
Yeah, he has everything he wants, and they're holding the line and actually took a little bit more. If Putin wanted all of Ukraine, he could have had it by now.
Yeah. But again, Putin hasn't used the majority of his air force at all. If they wanted to level Kiev, they could have.
There are reports that have come out from Russia saying that Russia has more weaponry and vehicles now than they did at the start of the war.
Yeah, they boosted their manufacturing.
Yeah.
And they've been buying a bunch of stuff from North Korea.
They've caused horrible damage and loss of life, but they've also lost over 350,000 troops, military, killed or wounded. They have over 1 million people, particularly young people with technical capability, leaving Russia because they see no future there. They've got a problem. But what they do have control of is they are very good at controlling and running the public outcry that relates to how they use mechanisms to communicate with people.
That was gibberish. What he meant to say was they're very good at propagandizing.
It's exactly what he meant.
But
And how dare you, sir, when Ukraine literally bombed Poland and blamed it on Russia, and you guys got on their side until you had to go, oh shit, maybe it wasn't them. As long as we have the ghost of Kiev and random people shooting down, what was it, a MiG-29 with a shotgun?
Yes, which they called a rifle. That's not even good propaganda. That's just lazy.
The Ukrainians who stood up to all the Russians on that island told them to go fuck themselves and all got killed until they were returned alive on the island.
No, hate fact.
Lie like hell to the constituencies. They lie like hell about what's going on.
Talking about your administration again?
Bruh, how's your cognitive ability?
Mine's fine. How was yours? Because I know you ain't talking to Joe.
And so the idea that we're going to be able to fundamentally change Russia in the near term is not likely. But one thing for certain, if we allow Russia to succeed in Ukraine, they're not stopping in Ukraine. I recommend, I know you know this because you've written about it, read Putin's speech after they moved in, what it was all about in Kyiv. It wasn't about just, anyway, read what his objective is. And
his objective was to establish a buffer between Russia and NATO to liberate the ethnic Russians who are down there in the Donbass region. Take some shit for himself. I'm not going to lie about that at all. But Joe, why didn't you just say it? You know why he couldn't say it? Because he forgot. He's like, you should read it. Anyway.
You should read the thing and then read it to me and tell me what it says, because I don't remember.
It was about you breaking your word. Yeah, it was. And again, I am not on Putin's side. I think Putin's a piece of shit. I think him invading Ukraine is wrong. It's none of my fucking business, though. They can fight it out.
Yeah, I don't even think about Putin very often. I mean, we talk about him occasionally, but I don't really think about if he wants to fight with Ukraine. That's not my business. That's Europe's. Let Europe deal with it. This is a Europe problem.
Anyway, but so I think that I'm prepared to talk to any leader who wants to talk, including if Putin called me and wanted to talk.
You just said a minute ago you weren't willing to talk to him.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was like a full minute ago, Monkey.
What a rambly bullshit answer.
Yeah.
Last time I talked to Putin was trying to get him to work on an arms control agreement related to nuclear weapons in space. That didn't go very far. So my point is,
they've switched back over to the other. It was only 20 minutes. I thought it was 30. Switch back over to the guy. So, I thought you could do anything, man, but you couldn't have that good conversation with him, huh? All right.
Is I'm prepared to talk to anybody, but I don't see any inclination. There is an inclination on the part of the Chinese to keep in contact with me because they're not sure where this all goes.
Well, they want to make sure their investment has been protected.
Yeah, exactly.
They call me to give me my orders. Well, no shit, dumbass. Oh, God. You know, it just bothers me that we have to pretend that that's not a real thing when the whole Swalwell thing exposed that the Chinese were trying to get certain politicians elevated.
Yep.
That's the part they never talk about. Dark Resurrect, thank you for that feminist $12. What I find fascinating is that they dog on Putin for wanting a buffer from NATO, but in the same breath state they are intentionally expanding NATO eastward. Yeah. And remember, it was just right before the war. It's 6 months before the war. Biden is asked about letting Ukraine into NATO, and he says, no, they're too corrupt. Nothing about their corruption has changed since then. Nothing.
No, if anything, it's gotten worse.
Yeah. And he's like, we got to get them into the NATO.
Oh, dump trucks full of money delivered to your son will do that, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And look what's happened in Asia. We have strengthened the Asian Pacific area more than anyone else has.
For the first time ever, for the first time at least since World War II, our Navy lost the training exercises in the Pacific. You remember that story, right, Jack?
Yeah.
We got embarrassed. But hey, we've strengthened it. Nothing says strength like losing. It builds character.
If you learn from it, it can. But we didn't learn a fucking thing.
We just put together with today. I asked our NATO allies that we bring on the group from the South Pacific, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Australia. I already mentioned Australia.
That's right.
Well, one's a continent and one's a country.
Yeah, that's what it is. He wants to bring the South Pacific into the North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I met twice.
If I'm not in NATO and I'm a country around the world, I'm getting nervous.
Yeah, this is the leader of the so-called free world. Real quick though, thank you, Dark Resurrect, for that feminist donation. I'm tired of being the world's big brother. We either need to vassalize the parasites like God intended or tell them to fuck off. Yeah, maybe we should start turning these states that owe us a bunch of money into actual states of the U.S. Because why should we be funding a bunch of people that don't like us and don't appreciate us?
I don't think they should get statehood. We can give them territory. They don't get a vote.
Yeah, well, that's
Yeah.
fair.
Yeah.
They gotta earn their way to statehood, but you get what I'm saying, though. Like,
yes, of course, yeah.
Make these bitches pay.
Twice now, I think, with the 14 leaders of the Pacific Island nations. And we've slowed down what's going on there. We've slowed down China's reach.
Hey,
did you
just
guys
seeing
tell-
if you made it bigger.
Did you tell China that?
Oh yeah, it's too short now. Reach, Mr. President. With your big American penis.
but there's a lot of work to do. This is a moving target, and I don't take it lightly.
What's a moving target? Jesus Christ.
What are you saying? I hear words. I know what they mean independently, but in a sense, you're not making a whole lot of fucking sense, old man.
NATO's a military pact. Why is it expanding right now? Are they expecting a war to break out? That's why I said if I'm not in NATO, I start to worry right now.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to start a war. Which, you know, then you can suspend elections, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Sam from NPR.
Thank you, Mr. President. Asma Khalid with NPR. I have two questions.
Why your name got phlegm in it, lady?
Did he call her Hassam?
Yeah. My name is not Hassam. It's Ahum.
Earlier, you spoke about the ceasefire plan between Israel and Hamas. We're now looking at 10 months of war, and I'm curious if there's anything that you feel personally you wish you would have done differently over the course of the war. And then secondly, if I may, I wanted to ask you about your presidential campaign. I remember covering your campaign in 2020, and there was a moment where you referred to yourself as a, quote, bridge candidacy, a transition to a younger generation of leaders. I want to understand what
it's hard
changed.
to be a bridge to older ones.
Yeah, that bridge don't go nowhere. And this is another one where you can tell this is a planted question. Like, you're doing poorly in Minneapolis and around parts of Detroit. We'd like to give you a chance to say you made mistakes in how you handled the Jews.
So let's go back to when you talked about would I have changed anything that's happening with Israel and the Palestinians and the Palestinian movement.
That's not going back to it. It's literally answering the question in order. God, this guy's an asshole.
The answer is, as you recall, from the very beginning, I went to Israel, but I also got immediate contact with Al-Sisi in Egypt. I met with
Was that when he was in Mexico?
Yes, because that's where Egypt is. It's near Mexico.
King of Jordan. I met with most of the Arab leaders to try to get a consensus going as to what had to be done to deal with getting more aid and food and medicine into the Gaza Strip.
Hamas starts a war, and you're telling me your immediate thing was to get food for Gaza.
Yes. I'm telling you, man, he is on the take.
That's not even true. But go ahead. I'm sorry, Jack.
No, he's on the take for all the wrong people. Mm-hmm. China's paying him off. He probably got a big cut of that money that they dumped on Iran. I think this guy's just a corrupt piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
He's supporting all our enemies.
And we pushed it really hard. And Israel occasionally was less than cooperative, number one. The Israeli War Cabinet, I've been dealing with Israel since Golda Meir. I've saw some of the reporters around here come me all the time and heard me say this. First time I met with Golda Meir, I sat.
First time he met with Golda Meir.
Yeah, you know, like you do.
The first time, not the first time.
No, that was a different thing entirely. This is the first time.
Come me all the time and heard me say this. First time I met with Golda Meir, I sat across from her at her desk, and her assistant was Rabin sitting next to me. That's how far back I go. I know Israel well, and I support Israel. But this war cabinet is one of the most conservative war cabinets in the history of Israel.
Yeah, they like
and there's
and shit, fuckers.
Yeah, they don't want to deal with the terrorism bullshit anymore.
They're like, we've had enough, blah, blah, blah.
LOL, Golden fucking who cares? Well, that's the thing. I mean, him saying that literally had no meaning to it. He might as well have just said, I met them.
An answer other than a two-state solution here. And so what was able to be done in terms of the plan I put together was it would be a process for a two-state solution. And we get...
They've been offered a two-state solution for decades.
Yep.
And they never take it.
And every time that they're we'll take this deal, suddenly shit gets blown up.
Yeah.
The Arab nations, particularly from Egypt all the way to Saudi Arabia, to be in a position where they would cooperate in the transition so that they could keep the peace in Gaza without Israeli forces staying in Gaza. The question has been from the beginning, what's the day after in Gaza? And the day after in Gaza has to be, the end of the day after has to be no occupation by Israel on the Gaza Strip.
This part angered me. This part fucking angered me. What's it look like? There's got to be no occupation in the Gaza Strip. October 6th, 2023 is when this happens.
Yeah.
Do you know how much occupation there was of Gaza the day before?
None, because they'd been freed since 2008. I think it
2006.
was 2006. Even better.
Thank you, Stieg. At the beginning now, just want to say I like the show. Well, anyway. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I hope you enjoy. October 6th, there were no Jews in Gaza. Nobody was there watching them. Nobody was occupying them. In 2006, the Jews said, fuck it, you guys can have it, and left. And that's when they elected Hamas to be their leaders. But he's not done saying stupid shit about this.
As well as the ability for us to get in and out as rapidly as you can, all that's needed there.
You could do that through Egypt. The problem is they like to sneak bombs and shit in with needed, I'm using air quotes, needed items.
Yeah, plus Egypt doesn't want to deal with these assholes either.
I've been disappointed that some of the things that I put forward have not succeeded as well, like the port reattached from Cyprus.
The port that they attached and reattached again.
Yeah, I don't know. There must have been one of those DEI engineers that they hired. Because, wow. It's not an easy build to begin with, but at least get some ones that didn't have to go to get hired because their moms are lesbians or some bullshit.
I was hopeful that would be more successful, but
maybe you should have wrote it up in a detailed plan.
Yeah.
That's why when I went to Israel immediately after the massacres that occurred at the hands of Hamas, the one thing I said to the Israelis, and I met with the War Cabinet and with Bibi, don't make the same mistake America made after bin Laden. There's no need to occupy anywhere. Go after the people who did the job.
Those would be the Palestinians in Gaza.
Yeah.
Remember when Israel went in and freed some of their hostages, they weren't being held by militants. They were being held by regular old Gazans. The one was a reporter for Al Jazeera.
Yeah. Well, hate fact.
You may recall, I still get criticized for it, but I was totally opposed to the occupation and trying to unite Afghanistan. Once we got bin Laden, we should have moved on.
I feel like that would have made major news if you called out your boss like that.
Yeah, because he's the one that didn't want to go get bin Laden, remember?
Yeah.
Because it was not no one's ever going to unite that country. I've been over every inch of that, not every inch, the entirety from the poppy fields all the way to the north. I said, don't make the same mistake we made.
Jim, have to make a stopover for Hunter? The poppy fields.
I mean, you can make these same arguments about what is now Germany and France going back to the Spanish Inquisition days of the Roman Empire. where Alpine Ghoul up there is all. Nobody thought it could ever be united, and they actually did unite to stand up against Caesar. Got their asses kicked, and then the Romans just did it. The problem isn't occupation, or you can never take it over. You just have to actually commit to it, and we won't. That's why it can't happen, not because it's physically impossible. If history's proved anything, you can unite a land against its will.
Oh yeah, it's just a matter of the timing and having the right amount of force. But yeah, you can absolutely do that, and a lot of countries have teamed up to fight a common enemy too. So you get a bunch of tribals fighting against, like, the Gauls teaming up against the Romans and stuff like that. So yeah, it's possible. It's just difficult.
Yeah. Anyway,
and there has to be a motivating factor.
You have to conquer. Exactly, Evolved. You have to conquer.
Don't think that's what you should be doing, is doubling down. We'll help you find the bad guys, Sinwar and company. And all this criticism about I wouldn't provide when the weapons they needed. I'm not providing them 2,000-pound bombs. They cannot be used in Gaza or any populated area without causing great human tragedy and damage. But remember what happened when you had the attack on Israel with rockets and ballistic missiles. I was able to unite the Arab nations as well as Europe. And
how?
Fuck is he talking about?
I think he's taking credit for the Abraham Accords right now.
Nothing happened. Nothing got hurt. It sent an incredible lesson to what was going on from the Middle East. So there's a lot.
When Israel was attacked with ICBMs, he got the Arab states and Europe together, and it sent a powerful message about how to do stuff. I don't even know what incident he's referring to.
I don't either. Maybe it was like some deal he brokered a long time ago, but I have a suspicion that he's just making this up.
Things, in retrospect, I wish I had been able to convince the Israelis to do. But the bottom line is we have a chance now. It's time to end this war. Doesn't mean walk away from going after Sinwar and Hamas. And if you notice, you know better than most, there is a growing dissatisfaction on the West Bank.
Why does the little Arab-looking girl who works for the AP know better than most, Joe?
I think we all know.
That seems a little racist there, Joe.
Or she's working for one of those little groupies over there, little Hamas girl, maybe.
You know better than most. All right.
From the Palestinians about Hamas. Hamas is not popular now.
Yeah, right.
Oh, no, wait. This part is fucking amazing.
Dissatisfaction on the West Bank from the Palestinians about Hamas. Hamas is not popular now.
Hamas has never been popular in the West Bank. That's PLO territory.
Yeah, because they think Hamas is fucking crazier than they are.
This is literally the 2006 split because they have the vote. The two terrorist organizations running the country, Hamas in Gaza and the PLO over there in the West Bank. When the elections happen, they're just like, fuck it. We're severing the ties ourselves. This is why how come Netanyahu said that Hamas is great for the Jews? Because he knew it would break things apart because that's how hated they are. Even other terrorists don't like them. And the West Bank is PLO, now called PLA, Palestinian Liberation Authority, for some reason. He's making it sound like he's done something to make Hamas unpopular there. Notice he didn't say they're unpopular in Gaza, where they're located.
I don't think he knows that there's a difference, but I get what you're saying.
Seriously, Hamas, and it's just like a lot of these little Muslim fighting things, you know, your Sharia or your Shia and your
those little tribal blood feuds.
Yeah. The two terrorist groups don't like each other, and for him to be like, yeah, they're not popular there anymore. They never were, dickhead. Oh God, fuck! How can you be this bad? And people call this good foreign policy.
Well, dumb people maybe.
Well, they were all reporters, so
yeah, that explains a lot.
And so there's a lot of moving parts.
Anyway.
I just have to keep moving to make sure that we get as much done as we can toward a ceasefire, and get those. And by the way, look at the numbers in Israel. I mean, my numbers are better in Israel than they are here.
Well, that would be very hard.
I thought Jews were smart. All right.
They don't just have Jews there, Monkey.
They're fucking up that whole bell curve book.
But then again, they're better than a lot of other people here too. But anyway,
are you calling us dumb? Is this some racial thing? Because poor kids are just as good as white kids, according to Joe Biden.
I just don't even understand what his point was there at the end, other than to try to brag that he's popular in Israel. Now, remember, the question was, would you do anything different? He didn't come close to answering that.
Why would he want to do that?
I just have to keep moving to make sure that we get as much done as we can toward a ceasefire, and get those. And by the way, look at the numbers in Israel. I mean, my numbers are better in Israel than they are here. But then again, they're better than a lot of other people here too. But anyway.
And by the way, look at the numbers. I'm more popular in Israel than I am here.
Is that a win? I mean, I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, Joe, but you're not running to be president of Israel, homie.
Is he? Because I really don't know what he's talking about anymore.
Bridge candidacy in 2020. You referred to yourself as being a bridge candidate for a younger, fresher generation of Democratic leaders. And I wanted to know what.
And you idiots fell for that. The oldest guy to ever hold the job is going to bridge the gap with the youngins. And unless you're talking about him feeling them up and being highly inappropriate with them, how?
He's going to sniff them all and absorb their power because they're.
I got so much in common with them. I like 8-track tapes too.
What changed?
What changed was the gravity of the situation I inherited in terms of the economy, our foreign policy, and domestic division.
Sucked for him.
And I think I won't put words in anybody's mouth.
Why couldn't you bridge the gap with those things? You were running while those things were going on.
Most presidential historians give me credit for having accomplished more than most any president since Johnson and maybe before that.
Yeah, because Johnson was such a winner.
Joe, right now people are talking about whether or not you should drop out of the race. Maybe putting Johnson in their mind isn't the best idea.
Yeah.
To get major pieces of legislation passed. And what I realized was my long time in the Senate had equipped me to have the wisdom to know how to deal with the Congress to get things done. We got more major legislation passed that no one thought would happen. And I want to finish it.
Who were all these people questioning this?
Ghosts he talks to?
His major legislation he got passed was all based on recovery from COVID. Every bit of it, including the CHIPS Act. All right.
to get that finished. If tomorrow, if we had a circumstance where there was a lineup and I hadn't inherited what I did, and we just moved things along. Anyway, it's going to change.
Last.
All that's set up, and then anyway, it's going to change.
Yeah, we got it. Because remember, what he's being asked about, for those of you who forgot the fucking question, he said when he was running in 2020 that he was going to be the candidate that bridges the gap between the old generation of himself and the new generation, the young Democrats. How come that didn't happen? And his answer was
anyway,
verbal diarrhea.
Yeah.
And then he finishes with this.
If tomorrow, if we had a circumstance where there was a lineup and I hadn't inherited what I did, and we just moved things along. Anyway.
If tomorrow, what does he mean by if there was a lineup? Does he think he has to go pick out the bad guy?
Yes, he's got to point to a criminal. Oh, that's her right there, sir. That's Kamala. Yeah, she's the one.
It's going to change.
Last question.
Haley Bull Scripps. Or no, Josh Weingrove. I'm sorry. Was the next one. I'll do 2 more questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Many of your colleagues, Democrats in the Hill, are watching tonight as they assess what they want to say about your candidacy. I'm wondering how you're thinking of this right now. It seems like your answer is clear, but they're watching how things go tonight, tomorrow in Michigan, next week in Texas and Nevada. Are you thinking that way about how the next week or 2 goes would inform you?
Am I using that way, you said?
Are you thinking that way about how the next 2 weeks go? Will that affect your decision, or are you fully determined on running in November as the party's nominee?
I'm determined on running, but I think it's important that I allay fears by let them see me out there.
He meant allay fears instead of lay fears.
Yeah, well, sexy fears, come take your pants off. I wish to lay you now.
Let me see them out. For the longest time it was, Biden's not prepared to sit with us unscripted. Biden's not prepared to, anyway. And
Biden
so
smells like old people, blah, blah, blah. Anyway.
The problem is you guys decided, yeah, we're going to do this unscripted. Nobody believes it's unscripted, and you're still fucking up. How are you making anybody feel better about your candidacy when you keep fucking up? And notice he didn't actually have an answer. For the longest time, it was, I wouldn't sit with you unscripted. Anyway. That's not an answer.
It's an answer. It's just a gibberish answer.
You can't.
I don't know what he was saying.
You can't just, when somebody like, hey, what's 2 + 2? Anyway.
It's a number.
Hey, good job. You got it right. The answer is anyway.
What I'm doing is what I've been doing. I think we've done over 20 major events.
No, you haven't.
From Wisconsin to North Carolina to anyway.
You've only done one that could even partially be called a major event, and you were on stage for 5 minutes.
He said they also went to anyway.
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 Demonstrate that I'm going out in the areas where we think we can win, where we can persuade people to move our way, or people are already there. And then look, the other thing.
He said people.
Yeah, yeah. They're like people, but not.
They're the reptilians.
Oh my God.
Are
it
in
makes
there.
sense now.
People.
We can persuade people to move our way, or people are already there. And then look, the other thing is, we have the most extensive campaign organization of anybody's had in a long, long time.
Okay. Trump rightfully gets a bunch of shit for how braggadocious he is. How does this motherfucker not have the same reputation?
I don't know. He just creates words, Monkey. He's a linguistic wordsmith. He's a creator, a lover, not a fighter. Except
By the
when
way,
he's blowing up innocent aid workers.
the biggest one in a long time since 2016, 2 elections ago. You're the incumbent.
Long time, Monkey.
You're the incumbent. You should not need that kind of infrastructure for your campaign.
That was in the long ago. You know, the before times.
We have well over 1,000 volunteers. Not
over 1,000 volunteers. Let's see, that's almost 0.0001% of the population.
Yeah, well, I don't think he meant volunteers. I think he meant volunteers. So they're like moles, you know, the little rodents. They keep them in jars for witchcraft purposes. So I don't know what they said to those voles to make them cry, but they have their tears.
knocking on doors, making phone calls, making tens of thousands of phone calls. We have headquarters. I forget exactly how many. I want to cite a number and then find out I'm off. But we have.
I don't need the number to know you're off.
What? Are you serious, Monkey? You think he's fibbing the numbers?
I'm just saying. No, I mean he's off his rocker.
Are you saying that Biden is somebody who would deceive us?
I think he needs to get the ball in his right chin there checked. It seems a little enlarged to me.
Oh, man. I don't know if I could handle this. Biden's lying to me. Boogie's lying to me. What is next? Is Anita Sarkeesian trying to pull the wool over my eyes as well?
Excuse me. I'm so sorry. I'm going to make it through this, guys. I promise you.
Scores of headquarters in all the toss-up states. We're organized. We're moving. And that's awful hard to replace in the near term.
What?
I don't know. I think he's like, we got lots of people in the field and we're winning. I really am having trouble deciphering what he's saying. The longer this goes on, the more gibberish this becomes.
I feel like what he's trying to get at there is that you can't switch him out because you'd have to get all new stuff in place, but you wouldn't. That those mechanisms would still just keep continuing.
Yeah.
Frosted, thank you. Got to start selling Volteers tumblers. There you go.
Right? Those poor voles, man. You just got to get a picture of a vole with a couple of tears down inside and some like guy collecting it. Yeah, good times.
And so, and here's the other thing.
Oh, dear God. Here's another thing.
I was in the Senate a long time. Very proud of what I've done in the Senate. I was chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee for a long time, and I was chairman or ranking member and chairman of the Judiciary Committee. I'm going to be going down to the Johnson Library. Anyway, I'm going to be going around making the case of the things that I think we have to finish and how we can't afford to lose what we've done or backslide on civil rights, civil liberties, women's rights. There's that little button we have. Control guns, not girls. I mean, the idea.
Yeah, you shower with them, right, Joe?
Yeah, if they can't fight back, you can sniff them all day long, right, Joe?
Control guns, shower with little girls.
Sitting around, this would come on us so good as well. We're sitting around. More children are killed by a bullet than any other cause of death.
Not true.
The United States of America. What the hell are we doing? What are we doing?
Why is he angry? First of all, that's all a lie, but what is he upset?
Yeah, because he's sundowning and he's got dementia. And dementia patients get angry quickly for no reason.
Oh, so his stutter's flaring up and he's mad. God.
Yeah, it's just his stutter.
We got a candidate saying, promised the NRA, don't worry, I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to do anything.
You mean the candidate whose bump stock ban just got overturned by the Supreme Court?
Yeah, because it was totally unlawful.
He's totally just whatever the NRA wants. Although, if I remember correctly, the NRA was for it too.
Yeah, because the NRA sucks.
I swear I heard the thing go off. Give me a second here. Oh, I am so tired, dude. Oh, I already got it. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I know it's hard to listen to somebody when they're yawning. I'm trying my best. I have been up since about half an hour from now yesterday.
You got a Supreme Court that is what you might call the most conservative court in American history?
No, it's not.
This is ridiculous.
No, it's not. Go
Not
back
even
to the
close.
founders, man. You know, we have a Supreme Court these days who you don't, and even with the conservatives, there's a good chance that something like capital punishment could be overturned at any moment. You think that would have happened in 1814? I'm just picking a number at random. Hey, the most
not.
conservative ever. No, not even close.
There's so much we can do still, and I'm determined to get it done. It's about freedom. And by the way,
what are his catchphrases? By the way, anyway, I'm not joking.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. The idea that.
Yeah.
Fuck.
and this, well, I'm not going to do that. Haley has to come up too. But I remember I made.
You're already lying because you just said you remembered.
Yeah, and unless the next phrase is a poopy, I don't think he remembered it.
Unless the next phrase is nothing, he's lying.
I remember I made a speech on democracy in Philadelphia at Independence Hall. And I'm not being critical, just observing. The bulk of the press, what the hell is he talking about that for? Democracy. You did. Democracy is not an issue.
Okay, I don't believe the press very often, but if I'm given the choice of believing the press or him, I'm going to go with them. And clearly one of them is down there going, we never did that. But he has to make see, this is what I was talking about. I don't understand how Trump gets bashed for it and this asshole gets away with it. You guys didn't, you wondered why I was talking about democracy. Nobody asked that, you dumb motherfucker. No, you did. I remember. And then Darth Vader and me, we had some cereal together, and it was the best Captain Crunch ever.
It's true. It's true. Oh, thank you, Evolved Potato. Just something interesting is when Joe was in the Senate Judiciary Committee, he defended the government's actions after Waco.
Yep.
He straight up lied about what happened there and demonized the people that they murdered. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there were many people that did that.
He also led the witch hunt against Clarence Thomas.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you like that clip about natural
I
law?
did, yeah.
I don't know what he's talking about.
You know what clip I would love to watch? I'm going to have to. Did you see Eric Swalwell trying to go head-to-head with Ben Shapiro?
I only heard about it, and I heard it was pretty funny.
Fuck, dude, you got to watch it. Swalwell was way over his head.
Yeah.
Michelle, thank you. Is his campaign embracing the big boy thing? LOL. Yes, they actually did. They announced in their meet, I think it was yesterday, maybe the day before, when they were talking about this, Corinne Jean-Pierre says it, and then John Kirby says it.
So weird. It's super creepy. That's like, there's my little girl. It's like, daddy. And they do baby talk together. And they're dating, and no, that's weird. It's weird.
Democracy is not an issue, except the polling data shows 60% of the people knew I was right, thought I was right. I'm not asking you a question. You don't have to answer, obviously.
The polls showed 60% of people thought democracy was an issue. When did this? Does anybody know when his speech at Independence Hall was? Anybody? I'm just curious.
I don't even remember that one.
Again, Joe, this is at the NATO. So this is at the tail end of the NATO summit. It's 1797. Stop it for it. Oh, this is at the end of the NATO thing where they brought in a guy who's a literal fucking dictator. You know, because we have to support him because he's democracy's last stand. Literally canceled elections. Just saying.
But do you think our democracy is under siege?
No. Well, yes.
Based on this?
From you.
This court? Do you think democracy is under siege based on Project 2025?
One, stop with the boogeyman Project 2025 stuff. There's nothing horrible in there. There's just not, guys. You could disagree with some of the stuff in there, but it's nothing. They're going to make it so you can't get birth control. That's not even, it's a fucking lie.
Oh yeah. That's what I found so funny is they have this really insipid, poorly designed website that really is outdated or archaic and kind of difficult to navigate. And you get all these far lefty loons running around screeching how like Nazism is coming to America and it's all laid out in this website. I'm like, where? There's some secret links I can't find because this is fucking garbage. It looks like some kid put it together in their college class in like 1997.
The Philadelphia speech was the Dark Brandon speech.
Oh,
I have no doubt that people were, when polled about it, said democracy was an issue because they've been beating that drum since Trump dared run a second time. Fuck, they were beating it all through his presidency. It's just like now, if you poll people, you'll see them, oh my God, the Supreme Court is so biased. People who've paid no attention to the Supreme Court ever, but Democrats have started going, the Supreme Court's really biased, you guys. He just said democracy is under attack from this court. What decision has come out from this court about democracy? Anyone?
Do you think he means what he says when he says he's going to do away with the civil service?
Doing away with the civil service does not get rid of democracy. Literally, you could vote to get away or to get rid of the civil service, and that would be democracy. They just throw buzzwords because to them, democracy means anything we like, period. That's all democracy means to them. We need to remove him from the voter, from the ballot for democracy. And they never catch the irony.
No, irony is easily escaped by these people. They're escape artists of irony.
Irony takes intelligence, and they have none.
There's that too.
Eliminates the Department of Education. Make sure,
Hey, Joe, is the Department of Education voted in?
There you go again with those kind of things.
By the way, and this was addressed by the folks at Project 2025. They did a true or false because Mark Hamill put out a tweet with all this horrible stuff they're supposedly doing. And one of them was getting rid of the Department of Education. They said, yeah, we're absolutely in favor of that because there's been no improvement in education since the Department of Education came to be.
It's actually gotten worse.
Much worse. Can you believe that in a democracy they're going to get rid of this useless thing?
We've never been here before. And that's the other.
We literally spent a long time with no Department of Education.
Yeah. There's a lot of departments that exist now that didn't exist 120 years ago.
Yep. Thank you, Gray, Assassin of the Gray. There's a fake Project 2025 that is rounding the circles in leftist internet, and they are using it as fear porn. I know. And actually, the one that I saw that was fake it's called Trump Project 2025, and it's run by the Biden campaign.
Yeah, shocker.
Yeah.
The reason why you say hand off to another generation. I've got to finish this job.
No. She said bridge the gap, not hand off. Those are two different things because you made it sound like there would be a transition from you and to these people eventually. And now you're like, hell no, it's going to be me.
I've got to finish this job because there's so much at stake.
We've had some discussions over the past few days with your press secretary about the question of health exams. And you said you take a cognitive test every day in this job. Are you open to taking another physical or test before the election?
About to get mad
Governor
again.
Whitmer of Michigan, for instance, said it wouldn't hurt to take a test.
Well, look, two things. One, I've taken 3 significant and intense neurological exams by a neurologist.
Stop.
One for each degree.
There are 4 different kinds of neurological tests, Jack. One of them is a cognitive test.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is cognitive testing. The other 3 are not. And wait, let's.
In each case, as recently as February. And they say I'm in good shape. Okay? Although I do have a little problem with my left foot because it's not as sensitive because I broke my foot and didn't wear the boot.
That part right there. You know who's had a lot of neurological tests?
You?
Me. You know how many cognitive tests I've had? Not one. Not one.
That explains a lot.
Neurological tests test your mind and your nerves. No, Faithless. The part about his foot is a giveaway that this was not a cognitive test, that it was a neurological test. They were testing his nerves in his foot. I've had that test. It's painful as fuck, by the way. If your nerves are fucked up like mine are. He just gave it away that it was not about his cognitive ability. It was about the nerve endings in his foot. I've seen a ton of people repeating, he needs to have a neurological test. No. He needs to have cognitive tests specifically. That's a nerve conductivity test, not a brain test. Yes, but it is a neurological test. It's absolutely a neurological test. There's a difference between a cognitive test and neurological. It's like a baseball is a ball, but not all balls are baseballs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So be very careful when you're saying this. He needs a cognitive test. And remember, they've told us he didn't have to have any testing at all. I've never had the cognitive test. So why he's now trying to pretend that he's had, and he's just straight up lying here. He is straight up lying here because he knows he was asked about a cognitive test and he switched it to a neurological exam.
Yeah. So he's not lying, but he is being deceptive.
Yes.
Because he's had the neurological test, but it's not a cognitive test. He's just leading you to believe it is.
Yep. And I saw so many people, he needs to have the neurological. No. Get it right. Say it right. Because I 100% believe him that he's had especially if he's having that problem with his foot, that they said, yeah, let's test the nerves in it. Especially at his age.
But I'm good. I'm tested every single day.
No, you're not.
About my neurological capacity to do decisions I make every day.
See what he did?
You talk to my staff.
He did it again. He changed it from cognitive to neurological.
Yeah, and he's saying, I'm tested every day by my job, not by professionals.
Yep. You are not the judge in that. Yes, he is, Faithless. He self-diagnosed that he doesn't have cognitive decline. That might
be all of you talk to my staff. Sometimes my staff talks a lot. But the fact of the matter is, I don't think you have them telling you that all the major ideas we've undertaken haven't been in part initiated by me. I remember when the staff...
In part initiated by me. You're the president, sir. They all should be.
I said, I'm going to go to South Korea. We're going to get the chip. What are you doing? I'm going to get Japan and Korea back together again after essentially having hostilities toward one another since the end of World War II. I'm going to move and see that we can expand it. The only thing age does is help you with it. Creates a little bit of wisdom if you pay attention.
That's the only thing that age does. If that's what he believes, then his fascination with little kids kind of makes more sense. Age is just a number, Jack.
Yeah, that's creepy as shit.
Ain't it? Were you going to add something?
No, I
Okay.
had a thought, and I was like, no, I'm not saying that. It'll get me in trouble.
Fair enough.
And so the point I'm making is, I think it's important that if the neurologist tells me he thinks I need another exam, and by the way,
you haven't had the one we're talking about. How can you have another one when you haven't had it yet? You told us the other day you have not had a cognitive test. He said that on the Stephanopoulos interview.
That was like 5 days ago, Monkey. That was the ancient past. Why are you so obsessed with things that happened in the distant past, Monkey?
And
do
remember,
you even have a laboratory? Are you an archaeologist? I don't think so.
I am.
No.
I have my own Indiana Jones hat.
Oh, well, okay, maybe then.
See? The only reason they're even admitting this much is because they got busted lying about him seeing a Parkinson's doctor. And the press, the visitor log at the White House is public information. And they're like, this guy's come 9 times.
Ew.
And reportedly he went to the suite that is for the president and his family only. So unless they're claiming Jill was having some Parkinson's issues, he was there for Joe. And this is where Corinne comes out and goes, I didn't lie to you guys. I didn't lie to you guys. Yeah, you did. You flat out fucking lied repeatedly. But after getting caught in that lie, now suddenly I've seen a neurologist 3 times.
I've laid every bit of the record out. Hadn't a thing. You ought to ask Trump for his, okay?
Trump's already provided his twice. He's had 2. They were the best cognitive tests ever. He told us that.
Yeah.
You're the only one who's declined to take a cognitive test. Michelle, thank you. This might be a super dumb question. I'll take the heat. Why don't they just run Jill? There's the Kamala thing, but Jill is a woman, so some DEI there. They would never accept that, especially because of Kamala. It's not a dumb question. I mean, there are people who like first ladies just tend to be popular. Even Laura Bush, who's probably one of our least popular ones in recent memory, was still well liked because she was basically just a nice lady.
Yeah.
But when it comes to actually putting them in a position of power, most of us are like, fuck no, get elected like a normal person. And so just switching Jill in there, one, it would be such an admission that Joe hasn't been in charge for a while that Jill would never let it happen. But she would have to step out of the White House, let Kamala run or become president, whichever horror show happens first, and then run again in like 4 years, a la Hillary. She'd have to go buy herself a Senate seat somewhere and then get elected that way.
Yeah, I don't think Jill's ego would go for that.
No.
I laid it all out. And every single day I'm surrounded by...
Have you seen any of his test results?
Nope.
He laid it all
out by saying it, see? I just said it. I just told you. I have never lied. I'm not a liar. I didn't drop out of the 88 campaign for any reason.
I'm having flashbacks to yesterday where it's like, show us the results. I can't do that, man. You won't believe it anyway.
I would have earlier, but not now.
Yeah.
My good docs, if they think there's a problem, I promise you, or even if they don't think it's a problem, they think I should have a neurological exam again, I'll do it. But no.
For the record, this is true. You know when they take the little mallet and they hit your knee and your knee pops up?
Uh-huh.
Technically, that's a neurological exam.
Yeah,
it's a reflex test.
Yeah, they're testing your brain's ability to process that information how quickly.
That's not testing whether or not you see cartoon rabbits that no one else can see.
Well, you don't know what I do.
No one's suggesting that to me now. And I'll ask you another question. No matter what I did, no one's going to be satisfied.
See, literally the boogie thing.
Yep.
You won't believe it anyway. Go to an independent doctor.
Oh my God, does that make Trump Medicare?
Yes.
Oh, that's too weird for me.
Fitting, isn't it?
Nightmares.
Did you have 7 docs? Did you have 2? Who'd you have? Did you do this? How many times did you?
You've literally never taken the test. Take it, let us see the results. And then you can go, you guys didn't believe me. But this nonsense of, I'm not going to do it because you won't believe it anyway, is a cop-out.
Of course it is. He's not going to
just-
take a test. He knows he's got dementia.
But notice how well he stuck to neurological test versus cognitive test.
Yeah.
He didn't slip one time and say cognitive.
So I am not opposed if my doctors tell me I should have another neurological exam. I'll do it.
Every time.
But that's where I am. Haley Bull, Scripps.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I like that it's Haley Bull Scripps. Scripps is the organization, but that just works. That's Bull Scripps.
You said you're making decisions on a day-to-day basis when it comes to support for Ukraine. Does that mean you have not closed the door on further considering lifting restrictions for U.S.-made weapons inside Russia? And if I may, your convention is coming up where your delegates are pledged to make you the official nominee. If they have second thoughts, are they free to vote their conscience?
Obviously, they're free to do whatever they want, but I get overwhelming support. Overwhelming support. I won. I forget how many votes I won in the primary.
That's weird. The other day you had that shit memorized. It was 14 million. I don't even like you, and I could remember that.
Overwhelming. And so tomorrow, if all of a sudden I show up at the convention, everybody says we want somebody else, that's the democratic process.
That's absolutely not the democratic process.
It's definitely not the Democrat Party process.
The democratic process, it would be going with how the vote went, regardless of what those delegates in there want. That the delegate system, not democracy. It's more reminiscent of republic than democracy. Republicanism.
Well, we don't talk about that.
No.
It's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
That means they vote for someone else?
Sure. Look, I'll end this with this. I served in the Senate a long time.
Uh-huh.
I understand the impetus of candidates running for local office and whether they think the top if they can help them or not. In my state of Delaware, which was a very, at least it was a red state when I started, in terms of where you now talk.
It was at least it was a red state. Okay, I might give him a stutter on that one. Apparently, he can't say purple.
Yeah, unless he was trying to say red and started to go for some reason.
Red and blue. I don't recall most of the Democratic presidents winning my state when I was a candidate. The truth of the matter is I understand the self-interest of every candidate. If they think that, running with Biden at the top is going to hurt them, then they're going to run away. I get it. But so far, go and look at the polling data in their states. Look at
polling data all shows you losing and people losing confidence in you. And I have a feeling it's going to get worse after this. Yeah. Remember, those are the polls you don't believe. Speaking of which, Jack.
In-depth, and by the way, I think you'd all acknowledge, and you're all experts. I'm not being solicitous about the president. You're experts on this stuff. How accurate does anybody think the polls are these days? I can give you a series of polls where you have likely voters, me versus Trump, where I win all the time.
No, you can't. Not real polls. And we know not even your internal polls are saying that, because your people have leaked that shit out, dude.
The unlikely voters who vote, he wins sometimes. So bottom line is all the polling data right now, which I think is premature because the campaign really hasn't even started.
We need to talk about that statement for a second. The polling is premature because the campaign hasn't started. But you challenged Trump to a debate, which never happened before it was unprecedented. It's never happened before they're actually nominated. Polling has been done like this. God, going back to Bush, probably, when they started doing it 2 years in advance.
Yeah.
And even if you go back further than that, they would do preliminary polls just to take the pulse of the nation. But I mean, you have candidates these days, they start running for reelection as soon as they're elected. And I'm not talking about Congress. I'm not talking about the House here, where it's every 2 years. The president. I mean, immediately the polls start about how they might do against potential matchups 4 years from now. I think it's premature. Well, which is it? Is it that the polls are premature, or are they wrong, or are they wrong because they're premature? It's funny how Democrats have started questioning the polls now that Biden's not doing well. Suddenly they're like, these polls are biased as shit. Oh, they are, but not against Biden.
I mean, it hadn't started in earnest yet. Most of the time, it doesn't start till after September, after Labor Day. So a lot can happen. But I think a
lot can happen, but that doesn't mean the polls right now are wrong. All right, let me just explain. Let's say you have somebody who's got 100% popularity. Some dude, the whole world, for whatever reason, loves him, Jack, right?
Okay.
Next week, they're caught banging a 4-year-old. Then they take a poll. Outside of Hollywood, it's going to be pure hate and disdain.
Yeah.
And maybe the teachers' unions.
Yeah, well, there's that, yeah.
Yeah. So the idea that would make the original poll wrong, it's not. He was popular then until more information came out. I hate liars, and this is just lying. You can disagree with the polls if you want to and say, I think they're off by a little bit, but they're not off by enough that he would be winning in any way, especially when we know all the polls are swayed towards him anyway.
Yeah.
They're doing their best to help you, Joe. You're just making it really fucking hard for him.
I believe I'm the best qualified to govern. And I think I'm the best qualified to win. But there are other people who could beat Trump too. But it's awful start from scratch. And, we talk about, money raised. We're not doing bad. We got about $220 million in the bank. We're doing well. So
that's his personal account from China?
Probably.
With that, do you have any want to follow up on any of that you just asked me?
Yes. You earlier explained confidence in your vice president.
Yes.
If your team came back and showed you data that she would fare better against former President Donald Trump, would you reconsider your decision to stay in the race?
No, unless they came back and said, there's no way you can win. Me. No one's saying that.
No one's saying that.
I fucking hate that whisper thing he does. It's so fucking irritating.
Especially if you can see him do it, because he always does it with his Joker smile.
Yeah. Yeah, it's supposed to be like, I'm so smart, I'm passing on wisdom. Fucking hate it.
No poll says that.
Mr. President.
Actually, tons of polls say it. You can't beat Trump. Anyway, the best part of the whole thing is coming up right here.
This ends tonight's press conference. Thanks, everybody.
Wait for it.
This concludes.
Respectfully, earlier you misspoke in your opening answer. You referred to Vice President Harris as Vice President Trump. Right now, Donald Trump is using that to mock your age and your memory. How do you combat that criticism from tonight?
Listen to him.
What?
Donald Trump saying this is proof that you're insane. How do you combat that? Go listen to him. He's right, y'all. He's take his word for it. Go listen to him.
There were a lot of what the 1800s would call Freudian slips in here.
Oh God. And I'd love that guy popped up there and asked the question about it. He still doesn't, address it like, hey, you fucked up earlier and everybody's pretending you didn't. Even when they asked you about fucking up Putin and Zelensky, they didn't bring up that you had literally just done it again.
Yeah.
But at least he did. He brought it up and got his question in there, and good on him for doing so. But all right, guys, it is judgment time. You get to judge me. We sat through it. You got to hear it more than any other thing we've ever watched. I let that play so you guys could hear it as unfettered as I can manage to let it be without having to have my say, because God damn it, I have a compulsion. But did that sound like a good policy speech? Did that sound like good foreign policy speech? In all seriousness, Jack, do you think I was too harsh?
Nope.
I judge you as crippled.
No, look, I don't even know if this was a foreign policy speech. It was just like old man rambling.
But that's the thing that they're all saying. It was a good foreign policy speech. Nobody's going to pay attention to that because of the Trump Kamala fuck up. But it was really good. It's going to cause problems for the Democrats because he did well enough that they can't just force him out over there. It was garbage.
Yeah, what speech did they watch?
The majority of his foreign policy answers were rambling nonsense, and I'm not using that in a metaphorical way, where like I disagreed with what he said. No. I mean it quite literally. It was nonsense. He was all over the fucking map.
I have to agree with the Evil One. I think that this was the real winner here were the meme makers.
Oh, sure.
Because there's going to be a lot of great memes come out of this.
It was just so bad. And I get it. The press is on his team and they feel bad because they had to rip on him a little bit recently. And they're like, we can make this better for you, Joe. Don't hate us.
I don't know how you salvage him as a candidate at this point, because even with the most creative editing, there's too many fuck ups in his rambling answers to make a coherent thing out of it.
What policy did he discuss? That's a good question. I do not see what all these other people see about how well this was for him. And again, the one guy even says it was a bad night for Joe, and then he finishes up with it was good for Joe. How? Monkey, you have a chance to put Trump VP 2024. What do you mean, like write it in? No, because I'm going to be voting for him for president. I don't think it matters between Kamala and Biden. Democrats are going to lose. Yeah, they're pretty much stuck with Harris right now. That's their biggest problem. It's why they're not pushing Joe out as hard as they would if they were being honest about things.
Yeah, but I mean, 4 more months of this guy running things? Seriously, why are the invasion boats not landing outside of Portland?
Because we still have that military, dude.
Yeah, but they're getting kind of wokeified too. I don't know. I think you can come in from Canada and get a pretty good foothold before anything happened.
Comrade Kitty says, get that on a shirt. I got you. Joe makes Grandpa Simpson sound good. Yeah, it's There was very little of what he said there that had any relation to the question that he was asked, or even any relation to the paragraph he had just finished.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times did he go, and look what we did? And then he'd start a sentence and then start another sentence and then yet a third sentence. And by the time he gets to the end of that third sentence, it had nothing to do with anything that's been said so far.
And it probably ended it with, and anyway.
There's at least 2 times that he just absolutely freezes up. And probably 4, if we're being honest, he just recovered well.
Yeah.
Of all the questions that he was asked, he might have answered 2 of them. And that's being generous with saying he answered them.
Yeah, but even those answers were a little shaky.
Mm-hmm.
I would say at best he verbalized sounds in response to a question.
It was not a good showing, and I don't see how anybody has faith in this man after the debate and after this. We knew it was bad. We knew they were hiding him for a reason.
Yeah.
We've been on this train for a long, long time, and it's gotten to the point where they literally can't hide it anymore.
Yeah, because they can't dope him up enough to recover. Well, it used to be they could put him on some like amphetamines or something, and he could answer questions and maintain his composure for the majority of the time. Now he out the gate he's messing up.
Mm-hmm.
And it gets worse. Look at those nonsensical answers at the end there. They make no sense.
Then
and
the
again,
questions...
we were some of the first people to be talking about his mental decline before Hannity or any of those other jackholes did it.
Yeah. I want to say there were 1 or 2 people who were ahead of us on it, but not many. And certainly nobody in the press. I even saw Megyn Kelly talking about how long she's been on this, and she's like, we've been on this for 2 years. Like amateur.
Yeah. Keep up, Megan.
But yeah, I've really started watching her show quite regularly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Mostly because I like pissy Megan. And there's few things that amuse me more than when she drops an F-bomb, which she does not do very often.
It's kind of adorable, isn't it?
It really is. Because she's so prim and proper, and suddenly she drops a fuck or a shit. And I was like, oh, that's so cute. But anyway, yeah, we're going to wrap up here, Jack. We're at 4.5 hours. And fuck, what did we do yesterday? 4.5?
It was around 4, I think.
4? Yeah. You can hear it. My throat was already going when we started. My voice is rather deep right now. I sound like my balls dropped.
Well, you could probably get a job as a Navy admiral then.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming and hanging out with us tonight. I'm going to whisper for the rest of this in honor of our president. Jack, any closing thoughts on this before we wrap up?
There's no polls that say that. This was painful. I kind of resent you for it after we watched Boogie being retarded yesterday.
It's not my fault they keep giving us retards to watch.
Dude, so many retards.
My final thought on this is just that this is our president and it shouldn't be. I know there's a lot of people like, oh, but it could cost Trump the election. I am not comfortable with this man being there. I'm just not. He should not have that kind of power. I don't trust most politicians anyway with that kind of power, but certainly not one. Somebody pointed this out on Twitter, Jack, that the Democratic Party, these people who are all for democracy, they won't let us know who's actually running the country right now.
Hate fact.
Guys, thanks so much for watching. Thank you for the donations. You guys are fucking awesome. We love you. Anything you want to shell out, Jack?
I dropped a couple links to some cool videos. Yeah, that's about it. Thank you so much for the donations and all the support you give us. It makes these painful days a little less painful.
I'm not doing anything else tonight. My fat ass is going to bed as soon as we're done here.
Oh, yeah.
I'm exhausted, dude. I'm so fucking tired. Thank you guys for watching, Jack. A pleasure as always.
Oh, always glad to be here.
Everyone, have yourselves a wonderful night. Take care. We'll see y'all next time.
Bye, everybody.
I want to sing a Biden song, but I can't even pretend to be that retarded.